And in those first 2 weeks back, I continued to teach my private practice. I continued to tend the green beans on my property, and every day, as I'm in the garden, I look up the road and wonder if I will see my friend return.
And you do. Within a short time after this journey, eventually you hear that familiar knock at your door. And upon opening it, you see the image of a young elven man, blonde hair, kind of hood up a bit, who steps into your chambers, and right as he crosses the threshold, the illusion fades, and you see the light lavender skin and white hair of Essek. He just kind of drifts off the ground for a bit and turns around. So, Caleb Widogast, I hear there is a story you have to tell me about a grand sea adventure that you went on.
How is it I always have so much scruff and you have none?
Let's just say it's Johassian good looks.
Well, I'm sure you have tales of your own. Looking forward to hear.
Come, let us talk.
Come, dear.
And he gives you a kiss and walks into the room with you as the door closes.
Just look out on Rexentrum and look up the lane and look at the green beans. And I pull the door closed.
That's your door. Well, the individual that I know who has some personal experience with Eiselcross and the ruins of Aor is in the midst of an important mission that they have yet to complete. But they said they can send another individual, an archivist of some kind, they said to look for, who has also researched these ruins. Said it shouldn't be too long. Perhaps gather your things. Maybe they can help take you to a place where this information might be more readily available in the middle of this godforsaken desert.
You think you're gonna send us after them?
To find information, hopefully. If not you, I'll find somebody else for the task. But if Ludinus is still there, Ludinus needs to be stopped if possible. It's about this time there's a bit of commotion outside, and the kind of tent door opens, the guard on the outside goes, members of the Accord, there is an arrival here. It says they were sent by a Widogast. And the door opens, and you see a figure step in, a human figure. Looks like male human in his 40s, shaggy blonde gray hair, like a chin strap beard, deep set green eyes, kind of wearing bundled, slightly too big travel robes and a shoulder pack. Who steps in? I'm sorry to bother all of you. My name is Seth Domade. I am an archivist of the Cobalt Soul. I was sent by a friend to help. I stepped into something maybe a bit intense. I can wait outside.
No. Come on, wait.
What was your, Seth what?
Seth Domade.
Is it like
Can I just ever so... No, it's fine.
Okay.
I don't need to do that.
You have knowledge of Aor?
Yes, it has been of particular interest to me and two other archivists over the past decade or so, since the ruins have been in conflict between the Dwendalian Empire and the Kryn Dynasty. A number of artifacts and various rumors have been swirling about, and for a brief time it was available for research.
Have you been there before?
I have been. It has been a number of years since the Cerberus Assembly took complete control of the site, but I do know a bit.
So they have control now?
They do, and have had for a few years.
Do you know of a way to get in to avoid them?
I have not been there in some time, and I have not seen all of the ruins, only but a bit of it. But with enough care and foresight, I think we can probably get to some places safely. What are we doing? I don't know what exactly...
Oh,
Keyleth kind of goes, Thank you very much, Archivist Domade. Indeed, I appreciate you coming on such short notice. These are Bell's Hells. They are powerful, strong-hearted, and to be deeply respected champions of the Exandrian Accord.
Bingo.
Very well. Pleasure to meet each and every one of you. And they have just returned from Ruidus after a very successful infiltration and a series of espionage and sabotage missions upon the enemy and the Vanguard. Well, I'm very curious to hear what is on the moon, and, well, so what do you need from me?
Your knowledge.
Yeah, we probably need to know how to get to this place.
What to
and
expect when we're there.
Where to start looking.
What to bring with us?
So there seems to be a lot of gadgets like this on the moon. And I point to the thingy.
If you know anything about lewdness, obviously, that'd be good to know.
I know of him. He is the highest archmage of the Cerberus Assembly. And as of late, the Assembly has abandoned the Empire, more or less. It seems that him and a number of members have, how do you say, withdrawn?
Do you know what they've done with the furniture at the... Sir, a lot of it's mine.
You do the furniture?
You want it? Yeah. It's okay.
I'm not familiar with such furniture.
I'm sure
My
that someone's
apologies.
making good use of it.
Oh, yeah.
Of course. He kind of pulls out a pair of glasses and kind of puts them on.
I'm sorry, Chet. I'm sorry.
This is what breaks Chet.
Pretty used.
If the Cerberus Assembly is challenging to trust, given that many of them are believed to be aligned with the Ruby Vanguard and Ludinus, or secretly aiding its business, that definitely challenges the options of who we can speak to that might know more about what they are doing there and where he might be within. That being said, I believe there is one member, at the very least, that might be available for interrogation, if not taken for part of their word. If we are to find this individual, I will need your help in both encircling and holding this individual present and pliable. And you see this kind of weirdly awkward figure get a little dark in the moment. It catches you off guard.
Who,
Just their glasses.
who would this... First of all, how many members of the Cerberus Assembly are there, these archmages?
There are 8 of them.
8. And who would this individual be?
Best I tell you along the way.
Right.
Right.
Very well. Domade, if you would allow them to gather their things and, I guess, be their escort to the level in which you are comfortable.
Where
Of
are we
course.
off to now? Not Aor right now. We're going to find this assembly member.
Yes, I believe I know where one might be. And the less that we speak of it, the less chance there is of them somehow knowing. House, I know we sit in a comfortable space here. I am uncertain as to what ears may be about.
Fair.
Oh, all right.
Just the glasses again.
What?
Now, this is Larkin, right?
This is for sure. This is
Okay.
100%.
Yes.
Got it.
9 years later.
Catching on.
First to the table.
What's the mode of transport, or are we talking about that somewhere else as well?
Oh, I'm the mode of transport.
Oh, we're doing it that way, are we?
Oh, you got the magic jumps?
Yes, I am an accomplished sorcerer and have used my skills to be helpful to the Kobold soul in our research.
Wow, stop shouting.
What?
It's a figure of speech.
Never listen to
Don't
anything
worry,
he says
you're
unless
not.
he's really angry.
He's a very sassy old man.
I think this will be a fun journey together. Archivist Amare, where are you intending to take them before heading towards Islecross? Well, should my information be correct, we will be making a brief stop in Zadash, which was in the Dwendalian Empire. There should be a number of places to resupply.
That's a pretty big city, if I remember right.
It is of sizable expansion, that is true. There are a number of districts there that could be of your disposal. So.
That'll be fine.
That'll do.
Give me a calf and a forearm, and we'll call it even.
I got him. Calf.
I'm very excited about this, Seth.
I'm keeping caviar on my belt. Was that what I named him?
Yes.
So, yeah.
So, and this behemoth finger.
He kind of takes his glasses off to start
Finger.
cleaning them. He goes like, I will be entirely honest. This is a very interesting first impression. I will say I am excited to see how strange it gets.
You ain't seen nothing yet. Is Seth still in the tent?
So that's kind of gathering his sack and stuff that he set down, puts on his shoulder strap, kind of rearranges his cloak a little bit and turns to the rest of you, kind of takes his glasses off and folds them and puts them in a pouch. All right, I guess let me know when you're ready to head off and we'll make our first stop.
We're ready.
I'll go over. I'm Chetney.
Gently.
Oh.
Pleasure to meet you. Shakes her.
Squeeze his hand a little.
Come on.
Does I smell anything weird?
Make a perception check.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. It smells like sweat. It smells like leather and travel materials. You don't catch anything strange. There's no nothing unexpected. This is a person who's been traveling for a bit, and the common sense of a person who's probably a day and a half to 2 days since their last bath comes through.
Well, lead the way.
I will need you all to gather with me, please, quickly. Close enough. Reaches into a component pouch, pulls out a few things into the hand, flicks, looks at the rest of you, begins to draw a sigil through the air, plucks a center part of the sigil, and you see as they pull, sort of the shape begins to form like a loose, it looks like a map almost, in the middle, like a glyph that begins to show almost like streets. And as they go ahead and pull it, they release it. It flicks into place, and then all of you feel yourself being pulled towards it. As you blink naturally, as your chest and sternum begin to pull like a vacuum towards it, you blink and then you go back onto your back heels, and you are now in the middle of a street. You are in a completely different location.
Cool.
That is
All these
so
amazing
cool.
spells being shown recently.
Chet, you can do that? Can't you do that?
I mean, I did it in my 200s, but I kind of try and mix it up a little bit.
You
still
gotta learn
can't
that again.
Get over my mom doing the fucking time stop.
Yeah.
Time stop?
Yeah, my mom did the spell right before we left the moon where everything froze.
Did you freeze or?
No, we were still moving. It was amazing.
That was pretty impressive.
And terrifying.
Her mom is really
You
cool.
said your mother was able to stop time.
Yeah, it was really unique.
I mean, I can slow it down a little bit.
Who is your
on a
mother?
tiny level.
Her name is Liliana Temmelt.
I do not know your mother.
No,
She seems powerful.
she is. She's working directly underneath Ludinus, so he may have been teaching her some stuff.
Right. You see quickly in his eyes, putting the pieces together.
What's your mother's name?
Go ahead, Fearne.
Is it just noises?
Did you have a... Wait,
What's your mother's name?
Thela Domare. She was a a tavern wench in her younger years, but I'm the first in my family to go to formal schooling and excel.
An extremely powerful tavern wench.
She can stop time with enough ale.
You seem to, just have this little a twitch in her eye when we talk about lewdness. Do you just have any run-ins with him? Any personal experiences?
Not in person, but he has been broadcasting himself across Exandria for weeks now.
Oh, right.
Are we in a side street right now, or are we in a public
So,
unit square?
now that this conversation is stopped, I can go ahead and set the scene. As you take in the
What was your
surroundings,
dad's name?
Brothers, sisters, nieces.
as an adventurer, they all died when I was young.
Oh, sounds right.
As you kind of take in your bearings around here, Seth kind of nods. Well, we should not dilly-dally. We do not want to draw the attention of the Crown's Guard.
Do you know what happened here? What this smoke is
I do
from?
not. I have not been to Sudash in some time. But if I am to assume, like many places, something or someone was freed or had long been waiting for the right moment to strike.
Oh.
There's been a lot of opportunity for those who have been patient.
Well, you know more than we do. Lead the way.
This way.
Pop, have you been here before?
I have. Lifetimes ago. It wasn't on fire, though.
2 Crown's Guard currently sit on the exterior and 2 more on the interior. Within, you can already tell it is a more affluent region of the city. But as you all begin to arrive, Seth kind of looks at the rest of you. This will just make it easier, and kind of waves a hand across. Are any of you capable of invisibility incantation?
Oh, yeah, I could go invisible.
I would like very much not to waste my most powerful magics to ensure this, especially if we are to continue to transport.
Sure.
Yeah, 3 of us can blip out if you want.
4.
I can take the other 4.
Right.
Very well. Let's go ahead and do a little walk around. And he leads you all along the right-hand side of the wall. The guards kind of notice you all, the curious expression, a look of acknowledging your presence, but without recognition, and that shifts into mistrust. And as you all walk past, you can see one of the guards stays put, the other one begins to follow. And Seth goes, all right, I think we are being followed. Just follow me into this alley. And ducks into the alley as you all enter. As soon as you all step into the shadows, goes, all right, now. Goes ahead and releases his incantation, and I believe it would be himself, you, and you all vanish with his incantation. That's those 4. You immediately hear Seth's voice say, all right, stick against the walls. Hold your breath. All go to the sides of the alley here, and you see the guard kind of rush up to the edge.
Little pebbles.
As soon as he passes away, you hear Seth go, all right, back to the gates. And you hear his footsteps kind of out into the street. You all kind of, I feel you bump into each other as you can't see each other, but tracking out, but you all kind of fall out into the street, back to where the gate is, and you can see there are the 3 guards still present, keeping watch. You all pass inward into, I will say to get past 3 guards, I'd like everyone to make one more group stealth check. Without issue, you all kind of individually kind of tiptoe or jaunt quietly past the portcullis gate into the interior of this portion of the city. Here within the Tri-Spires. Glancing around immediately, the guards not even noticing you, you begin to wind through the gilded structures and well-kept streetways, partway and following...
We're just like holding on to each other's...
We're elephant man. We have
Yeah.
elephant walk.
Yeah, and like
Yeah.
Seth's whispering like, this way, until eventually he leads you into another alley, kind of calls you over and says, we should drop this now and just walk with confidence.
I drop invisibility and just start.
Put your
Conor McGregor walking.
20% less confidence.
Naked.
Baggy old balls just flapping around.
2 feet in a line, just in the sand. Rudder.
He drops the spell and goes, just in case anything else happens, I would hate for us to have to be more of a surprise. I think we'd be more comfortable now that we're this interior point to just, looks over at Ashton. Well, we'll be fine.
We're a colorful group.
Indeed.
Where exactly are we going?
We are heading to, past the Gilded Willows and the Silken Terrace. It's a small business where I believe this individual is hiding. Follow me. And leads you off out of the alleyway into the center of this beautiful neighborhood, the Gilded Willows. Eventually pushing through a dense marketplace where you can see more affluent folk themselves are still walking through with fear, gathering their groceries or making their purchases, but there is kind of a hush that falls over the air of this city space.
As we walk, can I just say in his head, are we in for a fight when we get there, or?
It's like,
It's me. Sorry, I should have warned you.
This is out loud. When I say, do not panic, I need you to grab this individual and try and hold them and keep them restrained.
All right.
Should we succeed, there will not be a fight. And I have a backup plan just in case.
And this is a powerful mage.
Physical person, armed and dangerous? What,
I truthfully do not know what to expect. All I know is a friend told me where we can find them.
It's kind of par for the course for us. Mystery boxes are specialty.
Fair to try and make it so we can't
Here
talk.
it is. And you approach the outside of a modestly sized shop, thatched roof, textured purple curtains in the windows, flanking the entryway, where above a sign hangs displaying the name of the establishment in beautiful cursive writing, Chastity's Nook.
Oh my gosh.
The Chastity's Nook!
Sorry.
You can see as Seth kind of adjusts the glasses. Well, try to be respectful, do not gawk too much, and if possible, do not maintain too much conversation with the proprietor. There's also Tusk Love, is a classic of ours. I have one copy left. At this point, Seth steps forward, taking his glasses off. Do you have other employees that work for you? And Ivor goes, oh, yes. Actually, Irma should be in the back book room if you want to speak with her. She's just arranging the remaining stock. Irma? You hear a voice back. Yes? Irma, we have some prospective clients here. They're looking for some good old-fashioned smut, it seems. Could you please give them a hand? I think you can just go talk with her. If you need anything, let me know. And she goes and sits back down and picks up a book that she was already partway in through and kind of finds her place and begins reading. Stepping through curtain to the back room. There are a number of shelves here. Have a number of empty spots, but there are books on display. There are other small, look almost like iron urns that have incense kind of lit out of them that are kind of giving the room this kind of haze of smoke that sits around it. And in the far corner on a stool, you see a female half-elf and probably what looks like her mid-20s or so, curly, dirty blonde hair that kind of surrounds her head like a frame, like an archway almost. There's round, rosy cheeks, kind of like a loose peasant blouse, and she's also in the midst of reading a book and looks up. Welcome. Is there anything I can do for you?
Just look at Seth.
Seth kind of looks off to the side, and you can see where the curtain was. There is a door that's kind of been pushed off to the side and latched. Kind of unlatches it and slowly closes the door where the curtain is.
Who does that?
Seth. Yes, we would like to speak with you. Irma, was it? And she's sitting down with her book. Goes, yes, and how can I be of service to you? Seth stands there, looks at the rest of you. Bren says his regards. You see the Irma figure kind of looks forward, kind of frozen in place, and there's this just tension, this kind of standoff energy that fills the room. Seth then goes, please do not panic.
Yeah.
What are you doing? She's going to attempt to start casting something else under her hands. At this point, Seth hasn't gone. Seth kind of gives a deep sigh and brings hands forward, grabs a small bead of energy, pulls it across, and then releases with a hand grasp a blast of energy that emerges. The first thing that happens is your hammer just falls to the ground.
What?
Your telekinesis fades.
What?
All magical items in your presence all just falls to the ground as an anti-magic field fills the chamber. She's still grappled by your, falls to the ground and finishes an incantation just as the illusion casts off her body. And you see as she puts her hand forward, the 20-something half-elf visage now fades into a human woman in her 40s. Kind of slicked back, dirty blonde hair, a large scar that runs down the side of her face, and heavy burn marks across her neck. She's adorned in ornate, form-fitting clothing under a sleek, dark green cloak. And as she releases her hands, nothing happens. The minute that happens, you kind of rush and grab and hold her in place and muscle her. The minute that happens, you look back to Seth, who is no longer Seth. Instead, you see a dark elf of shoulder length, somewhat wavy white hair, purple eyes, and stoic expression. You see he wears flowing black robes that fall from under an intricate silver shine mantle.
Yes! Yes!
And where his feet touch the ground, you see him kind of step up a bit, now able to shed the...
Candy car is exploding.
To shed the illusion. Bells Hells, I am Essek Thalis, allied to the Exandrian Concourt, an enemy to Ludinus Deleth.
And genuine hot boy!
This is Astrid Beck, Archmage of Civil Influence of the Dwendalian Empire, successor to Trent Ickathon and member of the Cerberus Assembly. Astrid spits in the ground. I am no successor to him. I am his usurper. To where Essek kind of lifts his chin. Well, regardless, I think it's time we have a conversation. And that's rolling tonight.
Oh, shit! Shoulder length hair! Feed me, Seymour!
Is it just me? Is it really hot in the back room of Chastity?
It's always a little hot, but now it's steamy.
Not the porn I was expecting.
Oh, cool. Now kiss.
Hiding in chastity.
Here, as Astrid is held, somewhat tense and kind of realizing in the moment at your disposal. Essek looks amongst the people in the room around him. Well, friends, what do we need to know beyond where he may be doing his dealings? Astrid, do you know where Ludinus is? Do you know what he's up to? Do you know how we can find him? And she kind of sits there, held at bay by a number of you. Just kind of grits her teeth for a bit. I know Ludinus and his cohorts have been working on something in private. Reallocating resources and dealing directly with foreign factions in secret. Now, I kept my nose mostly clean of the entire affair, and would never have expected his plotting to be so universally disastrous. Knowing the world's sight now falls squarely upon the assembly. Following the solstice, that is why I went into hiding. I am not in league with him. I am not part of his plan. I just do not wish to be imprisoned for something I was not a part of. So, she looks up at Essek. It seems I now join you in living as a fugitive, am I not? And he just kind of clenches his jaw for a moment. I will ask you again. What do you know of Ludinus's plot? And where his dealings are within the ruins? So, if you're going to look for him, or those who work with him, that might be the place to start.
I don't want to pry. First of all, Essek, may I say, great look. Are you of the Death Dynasty?
Not anymore. I am myself.
She said you were a fugitive. That's so exciting.
He shoots a stare at Astrid, and Astrid just kind of smiles back with a shading grin.
What did you do?
Keyleth mentioned there might be some unsavory types that she was converting. I just didn't know we'd be in league with one so soon.
I love it.
Technically, we're unsavory types, but I feel like maybe that's pushing it a bit. Imogen, do you want to prod anything?
Well, it seems like you're going to just tell us, right? You're just going to tell us.
Well, both of them.
We're not judgy. Look at us.
Not judgy.
I am not the target of this interrogation.
No. This is just us getting comfortable. This is sharing. Yeah.
Whoa, let's just get in and know you.
Is this beautiful purple man someone you met on your adventures while I was away?
No, never met this beautiful creature.
You don't know him either?
No. You're floating.
Wait, is he?
Aren't
though?
you?
He
There's
looks
an-
down and he's about an inch and a half off the ground.
Even with the anti-magic
Oh.
field still going on.
Actually, no. With that field, he would be.
You just
he would
have
be on
like
the
this
ground.
vibe about you. That's amazing.
No, the anti-magic field, he would be on the ground.
When
No, we
he's
didn't
not
mean-
floating, he's super short.
Yeah,
I don't think I can pry into their minds without magic available.
That's fair.
Can you help me understand some basics? I was under the impression that the assembly had withdrawn to the north. Is there still a presence here? Or, and this is addressed to Essek.
Yeah, to Essek.
Yeah.
Essek. To be entirely honest, I've been not the focus of following their threats. That was my partner's particular interest. There had been some divisions internally that had been rumored about. Some of the old guard, if you will, seemingly swayed some of the newer blood. Though perhaps this one here has had enough of the wizard's tumultuous past to want to buy into it. And you see Astrid just kind of shakes her head a little bit. As far as what I've heard, all of the assembly after the solstice vanished. It is believed that some work and operate within the vanguard. Others, I'm sure, are either helping in secret, trying to avoid persecution like this one by association.
Are they all as powerful as Ludinus?
You see Astrid go, in our own ways, maybe. Essek goes, no. Not like him. He is a particularly focused individual. It's interesting in politics, it's the ones that are holding quiet power that I worry about the most. The hardest to read. I believe many of us who have had our eye on lewdness for a while are feeling quite frustrated that we didn't pay him as much mind as we had thought we should.
But it must be a little validating, though, right? You
Oh,
were
it's-
right!
It is very validating. I just wish it was... Just wish it felt better.
Sorry, I know this is Astrid. I know this is we're focusing on this interrogation, but just Essek, you're of the dynasty, but not anymore. You're just on your own. When I was in the Empire, they were at war all the time. You guys have a history, it seems, but you're not actively enemies?
This is to Essek?
Yes.
Yeah. There was a piece called a little over 7 years ago. And while there has been no active warfare, and there have been some steps towards better relations, it didn't seem to stop the machinations in the background. The war just went quieter and more in the shadows, if you will. And a lot of that focus was up north, where we're going.
Is there any chance that Dynasty is going to show up north?
He looks over to Astrid, and Astrid goes, I don't know. It's not my speciality.
Yeah, you said you were worried about being arrested. Who would arrest you?
Well, the rest of the Empire is not happy that the most powerful mages have absconded and essentially set the rest of Exandria on this path.
You're hiding in a bookshop.
What of it?
You want to come to Islecross with us?
Absolutely not.
Why not? It would be so fun.
Yeah, it's probably like very tropical. There's like sun. You could use it.
She looks a bit Essek. These are the sort of companions you keep these days. Essek goes, not companions. I am to escort them as a favor. That is all. So, we are travel companions.
Still companions.
Just because someone's funny doesn't mean they're not very dangerous.
Oh, I see there's capability within all of you. And you wouldn't be sent on this mission that you are on if, well, the voice of the Tempest didn't feel confident in your abilities.
Oh.
You see Astrid kind of like giving a... So they work at the behest of the voice. Interesting. Is there anything else you wish to say for yourself, Astrid, before we leave you to your, upgrade in life? She just kind of clenches her teeth a bit. Her fingers kind of flex, and you can see she's like feeling kind of gently for any sort of flicker of magic returning, while just keeping focused around you. I am not your enemy. I am not with him. I would not be here, and I would not be so quick to bend the knee in these circumstances. It's only because of an old friend. But if all this goes by, and you succeed, I just want you to share how helpful I was. I did not stand in your way.
Essek, my man, with the hair.
You can just call me Essek, please.
Hella good hair. The Genesis Ward. Do you know where that is? I admit, I've been a lot of places. Isocross is not one of them.
I do, actually. I've been there before.
Oh.
Looks down to Astrid. We should discuss elsewhere. But it is good to know that at least some of my familiarity will come in handy. And indeed, if he is working beneath the Genesis Ward, there are a handful of unwalked paths that I could consider as possibilities. They've also been there for some time, so any signs of their research would be, well, trackable.
Well, you've been very helpful.
She's been kind of helpful.
Well, shit.
Damn.
But better than nothing. Very well.
I'm good.
We've been on the moon. You got any questions for us? Never mind. It's cool. Enjoy the gift.
She looks at Essek, unbelieving, and he goes. She goes and, like, snaps her fingers. Nothing happens. Looks at Essek. Do you mind? Are we comfortable? We feel like we have what we need, at least a direction to go.
You're the one that's the expert up there. Do you know where the Genesis Ward is?
I do.
Well, then, yeah. We got what we need.
I'll tell you more on the way.
Thalamus.
He goes ahead and kind of like washes his hand through the air. You can feel almost like this, a stale scent to the very vibration around you pass. And Ashton immediately throws up an illusion and retakes the form of Irma. Essex puts on his illusion once more and kind of steps out of the back chamber. You can see Iva standing there like, everything all right? I heard there was a commotion.
Oh, yeah, we were just fine.
We were just really
Just kinda
enthusiastic
rugged
about
there.
the porn.
Best of friends.
Okay, just
This is
That's why you
art.
jangle so much when you walk.
This is art. Thank you.
I will give you 10,000 gold for this.
Yeah.
You see the illusion-covered Essek, Seth, just beyond the doorway, like, tapping his foot impatiently.
Sorry,
like,
Essek. This is important stuff. We need it to fight.
Yeah, you don't know when this is gonna come in handy. You just wait and see. It will.
All right, you step out, and as it kind of stands there looking at the rest of you, you said you also need supplies, perhaps?
We have a few things we need to take care of in town, if that's okay.
Certainly. What is it you're looking to take care of?
Well, I'm going to recommend a little bit of group therapy before we go. And also going to recommend that we supply up. What kind of climate are we going to? What's available in towns, cities?
No towns, no cities. It is absolutely freezing. I recommend bringing cloaks, getting heavy furred boots, anything to wear over yourselves to keep yourselves extremely warm, because it will be very cold.
All right.
So we're going to need some coats, and I'm going to give you all a pitch in a minute. Where do we want to meet? In a few hours, somewhere around here.
It'll be fine. It's fine.
You seem kind of think for a second. Actually a bit peckish. There's a place called the Pentamarket.
Thank you.
It's hard to miss the smell of cooking meats. I'm lucky to be there. Getting a snack.
Who would come up with a name like that? Okay. Pentamarket.
And that's where we can go to get, like, potions and stuff.
There is a place I can take you that might have some supplies like
Great.
that, yes. As Essek's about to turn, he's like, whenever you're ready to go shopping, as you put it, for these particular potions and other, find me in the market. And he goes and starts heading off.
Let's go.
As you're having this discussion, you see the illusion of Seth approaching with a long wooden stick with what looks to be various like grilled chicken breast pieces and various peppers along it, just kind of like gnawing off of it piece by piece. So it seems you've been quite successful in your endeavors, yes?
We spent all our money.
Good. You won't need it where we're going. He finishes the last piece.
We do, on the other hand, need somewhere to sleep, something to eat, something to drink, and I think also any way to actually relax for probably what may be the last time in our lives.
Fearne and I need to have a craft night.
Yes.
There's also going to be a craft night.
There are a few possible places here. Come with me. I'll show you. As you kind of push through the crowd a bit, Essek kind of, leading the way over towards the edge. There's the folks that are running the bar, and you can see there is like a clerk desk that leads to a staircase that heads upstairs. And to the right, you can see there's actually kind of like a sitting pit with a number of benches set up and some other kind of extension of the tavern tables and a small stage. The curtains are closed. There's no lights on it yet. But you do see here with kind of one of the raised smaller platform, less of a stage, more like a platform. You see 3 musicians that are just kind of playing the atmosphere. They're kind of playing and bantering to each other. Most folks aren't paying attention to them directly, but just enjoying the atmosphere. But as it goes up to the clerk, and you can see there's a halfling man, probably in his early 50s or so, massive mutton chops that are mostly like gray at this point, with just like streaks of dark brown. You can see his hairline was deeply pulled back to what would be almost described as a skullet at this point. Like it's about, the hair starts about here and just goes into like a long kind of Lord Farquaad poof underneath.
Yes.
But he leans up towards Essek and the rest of you. Oh, right, hello there. You're looking for a place to stay for the night? We've only got maybe 2 rooms left at the moment. A lot of travelers coming through. I have to go ahead and pay a premium on that there. Essek just raises his hand to Seth and goes like, we'll take both. Whatever you have. So, all right, well, we got one tiny little room here's available here on the bottom floor. We've got one of our suites actually just opened up. The patronage came to an end, but earlier this day as they travel on, so quite a large room for at you there. Both of these run you together for the night's rent, or are you taking them for the week, the month? As it's like, just for the night. Looks back at the rest of you, right? Mm-hmm. Just for the night. All right, that'll put you at about, trying times. Prices are a bit driven up there. She kind of leans forward and says, please, charge what is correct. And kind of like does a subtle hand motion. The fellow beneath just goes, no, right. I mean, people need places to stay. People need places to feel safe. I completely understand. And you all look like you're passing through anyway, so I'll run it down for both rooms at about a gold piece for the 2 for the night.
Oh, incredible.
And Essek nods and tosses him a gold piece.
Is he floating again?
No.
No?
No, he's Seth.
I want him to float. I want him to be purple.
Well, you don't know about him floating. You have not seen him float yet.
Yes, I have, Matt.
Liam has.
I've seen him float all over the place.
Caleb has.
Didn't he float briefly when he dropped his
it would have if it wasn't for the anti-magic field.
Got it.
So he never would have. He never even kicked into that.
Do you think he has like the skinniest legs?
Yeah.
Because he doesn't use
He misses
them.
leg day constantly.
Spell.
Spell.
Oily. Got Morrissey legs.
He's a svelte build figure already.
Exercise by participation.
He definitely probably has to do his squats just to make sure he keeps it up. When nobody's home, he's just like.
He's just floating, but he constantly does little pedal movements.
Also viable.
His own little Peloton under there.
Yep.
Time to bake those cakes.
He just kind of shimmies. One of those. All the time.
The 2 keys are kind of meted up between your group as it takes them and hands the finer looking one that has the suite number on it and kind of holds it out for your
Thanks so much. Fight me for it.
Rollies.
Fight me, let's go.
Rollies.
Slow
Well,
ass.
we can all sleep in there, but let's.
Key.
What?
What?
12?
17.
Shit.
Here, Fearne, I got this for you.
Oh, thank
Punk ass, it's
so
mine.
And so she goes, invigorating.
You sure you don't want to bunk with us?
I'm so absolutely sure.
I don't think you should sleep alone.
I'm fine. Trust me.
I know you're fine, but we're really fun at sleepovers.
You should at least come up and hang out for
Just for
a little bit.
Just for a little bit.
Get to know the people you're going to be
Party.
leading through the middle of the snowy wasteland.
The better you know us, the better,
One drink?
So much beer.
Time.
One of you make a persuasion check with advantage.
It's a room party.
Maybe Imogen should do it.
And we're crafting our new
No,
outfits.
those two who are talking.
Oh, I'll do it. I'll do
Maybe
it.
Imogen.
I'm the one that started that.
Can I get it?
You know what it does.
Oh, okay. What would you consider that cock or no?
No, that's a 15.
Okay.
No, it's a 15. Why would you
28.
28.
Get your ass upstairs right now.
It's not like hanging out with
You're a persuasive group.
We are persuasive.
Essek kind of glances over, and you can see the stage is now starting to light up, and the music shifting as musicians have trekked over, and a couple of others have joined them at the base of it. These kind of two side tables, and it looks like an evening burlesque show has begun.
That's right.
As kind of the lighting shifts, Essek goes, "Yes, actually, I would like very much to stay with you for a conversation in your room immediately." And
Oh, you don't want to stay in what? Okay.
I'm not really a fan of the theater.
Wait, there's a show happening right now?
Some are starting to like grab their drinks and move over to
You
the
wanna go get a seat in the
handful of
front?
tables over there.
I'm already walking.
Okay,
without you.
Same.
Essek goes,
Just feel like a little, yeah.
I'll hang at the back with Essek.
and kind of just leans against the wall with you.
Even the orchestra is beautiful.
Essek's still kind of sitting in the back with you, Imogen. As much as he's kind of standing a bit frontally, you can't help but catch him occasionally, like.
In Essek's head, I'm gonna say, I know this seems like a rowdy bunch, but it's been a pretty trying 24 hours. I think everyone needs this.
A few beats before Essek responds. I understand more than I might have long ago. In years as of late, I've come to appreciate the necessity to carve moments of joy. I think that's maybe something those of us that live longer lives have a harder time appreciating. So yes.
Do you ever get used to it? It feels a little bit like a betrayal to feel happy.
I felt that way for a long time. But I don't believe that anymore. It feels that way, yes, but that's... It's only because so much of our history tells us that pain is what gives purpose. But as a wise man once told me, it is not pain that makes people. It's love.
Well, as a wise one once told me, it's good to make every day a smiley day.
Don't know if I follow the specifics on that, but I appreciate the... I'll think on that a bit, I suppose. And as the performance is over, Essek begins to like get a bit antsy. Like, I will set my room for the evening, and then perhaps we can sit for a bit.
Wonderful. I'm gonna head upstairs.
Before you go, actually, I normally charge for this, but I heard you talk earlier, and I'm on a side mission of self-discovery. Take a look at this.
Oh, fuck.
I'm
Looks
going
like
to sit, and I'm going to like try and get it to go. I'm going to burn a rage just to get it to do something interesting.
Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna, just as I'm walking away in Essek's head, he's gonna hear, if you can do it, I wouldn't suggest diving into his head. Almost got trapped in there before. And I'll keep walking up the stairs.
Responds to, I appreciate the warning.
I totally
Steps
forgot
over.
to say anything about that.
Is this some sort of injury that you suffered earlier in your life?
Suddenly, it goes completely see-through. You can see entirely through my head in it, and one of my eyes is also completely see-through.
Strange indeed. Perhaps best not to do this in public. And kind of like,
It only takes like 4 or 5 seconds, and it goes away.
come with me, and like leads you up to the chamber where the rest of where the suite has
Cool.
been set.
I got shit to do up there too.
As you head into the chamber, he kind of looks a bit like concerned and like a weird excitement to his pace. And yes, come here. I need to find the light. And takes one of the lanterns from the hallway off of the hook and just kind of sets it closely. Do you mind?
I am at your disposal, please.
Kind of grabs the edge of your chin and holds the lantern up and looks into it. What? Impossible. It's just a lantern down.
I get that a lot.
Begins like moderately casting an incantation, touching the center of his forehead, and as it does, his eyes kind of light up for a moment. And he
Can't
goes,
get weird in there, just be careful.
I have been assured not to look too deep, but hold on. And he goes and puts his hands together, weaves a thread in the air, and begins to like draw these like cursive-looking runes, and from it grabs the center and plucks a small dark bead, like a pearl, and then brings it close to the side of your head. And as he does, the inside of your head begins to swirl like a storm. You feel this like tickling sensation on the back of your neck and up through your head. And you, those of you who are in the room who are, if any of you are paying attention to this, since they entered the room and kind of just, as the pearl gets close to Ashton's head, these little spark-like lights begin to swirl within the glass, like a cosmic cloud of some kind is just kind of churning inside.
I think we've all just stopped what we're doing and are watching this
In the
happen.
mid- yeah.
That's new.
Indeed it is. Like dispels it and the energy. kind of-
Agitate it again if you want to see it. It's kind of random. I tend to find it sinks itself in the
Wait, are
floor.
you doing anything to him? What are you doing?
Are you familiar at all with Dunamis?
No. Who?
Dunamis is a particular, a pillar of esoteric magic within Exandria. It is a speciality of the Kryn dynasty, and is in essence derived from, where to begin? There is an entity believed within dynasty circles to be called the Luxon. That long ago, before the gods and spiritual elements even took this world for their own creation, divided itself amongst Exandria into a number of artifacts. These artifacts, whether or not the myth holds any particular anchor to it, are extremely powerful sources of dunamantic magic. It is magic that tugs at and manipulates the very fabric of reality. Time becomes malleable. Gravity and entropy become weaponized and altered. The very space of fabric becomes a weave to pull and stretch and fold. It is a very primal and rarely understood magic. Elements of it have been borrowed in other, more conventional practices, but Dunamis, the basis, the energy of this magic, is primarily a dynasty focus, and my particular life's long study. What you have, whatever this is a unique, organic source of Dunamis.
Well, and I will assume give him the long conversation from primordial blood to falling out of a window and being put back together from scraps. and that's when this kicked in. And I'm just to do it, I'm going to activate the gravity roll with it, and suddenly that everything, it's like the color almost starts
Kind of
to
gets pulled
roll.
in slightly and withdraws for a moment.
Yeah, just 6 seconds of it.
Shit.
And this just happened after you were reassembled?
Yeah, I woke up that way.
Do you mention anything about the material that Milo had put in there as part of their process of repairing you?
I'm gonna think it to Imogen. You can hear it, right?
Mm-hmm.
If how much do I say?
Well, if the voice trusts him, I think we should as well.
Yeah, tell him.
He looks a bit spooked at the mention of this liquefied dunamantic power. And it seems that the Assembly's machinations have their fingers woven deep into many things, but your very essence as well. So within you continuously swirls the ancient power of the Titans mingled with the very nature of the cosmos. You are a dangerous entity.
People keep saying that. And just for fun, I'll hit one more and hit the rainbow probability sparkles. It's just...
Now you're just showing off.
I never get to do this, so it's really kind of nice. Normally this is just happening when we're beating the fuck out of people.
I will tell you two
I'm
things.
tired.
One, that is a remarkable, very unique thing that you carry with you and are part of you. I would very much like the opportunity to study this some point after all of this, should you allow me. And two, do not share this with anyone else.
I tend not to. You may be one of the first, other than these Czechophiles.
And we don't
Yeah.
know what the hell we're doing.
There are a number of extremely powerful figures across Exandria that would love to take you apart piece by piece to understand what you have and what you are.
Well,
There was a time where I might have been one of them.
Well, the right people trust you, so I'm going to trust you, and I'm tired of not knowing myself. It's honestly been my biggest weakness.
You said
You should not have
goodness.
trusted me.
Well, shit, sorry.
Wait, did you just say don't trust you?
You shouldn't trust anyone. As much as a word means, you have no worry from me. I am reformed in my dubiousness.
Well,
But
I'm trying to, I don't know, I won't speak for everybody else, but I've been trying to better myself lately, and I will say that I've only recently attempted to redefine my old definition of friendship and love, which was the people you want to trust. And I'm trying something new.
Yeah, and to be fair, there are a bunch of people who want to take you apart piece by piece who don't have a fucking clue what goes on with you.
No, I really, honestly, just, I will admit, kind of attracted.
The door bursts open. She gave me a feather!
Essek has also dropped his illusion now.
Or
better.
drops to a knee next to you, chat. Off in the corner.
Essek,
Yes?
I saw my mom mess with time. Does Ludinus have a lot of knowledge of this, dunamancy?
Unfortunately, quite a bit.
You said, there are artifacts that contain a lot of power. Are they located in Aor?
It is believed that one either once resided there or may still reside there. But the Assembly has had access to one of these artifacts for some time. And part of that is my fault. So in a way, I'm still paying my penance.
Yeah.
In fact, he points to Ashton. Part of the reason that is the way it is because of what I gave them years ago.
You're kind of like his dad.
Oh, do not put that on me, please.
No, you are not.
He goes and begins to like craft this like weird glow of ephemeral magical energy in his palm, and then he kind of flicks it into the air, and you see this illusion appear of a 12-sided relic that itself kind of sparkles in a similar kind of cosmic way as your head does.
That's pretty.
This is a beacon. These are the supposed fragments of the Luxon. And it is a mystery as to how many of these exist across Exandria, but a number of them have been long under control of the dynasty and considered the most holy of relics. They are the most powerful source of dunamantic power in all the world. And since the Assembly has acquired one, or perhaps more, since they have exploited it in ways, been able to distill some of its power into a multitude of devices. This vial you speak of, they are one of the numerous byproducts of this Assembly's research.
Does that beacon look familiar? Anything we would have seen at the Millie's Key?
You do very much recall seeing something of a similar shape and design at the core of the key right before everything fired the bridge off to the moon.
I tell Essek as much.
I've seen something like it in my dreams. Kinda.
Shit.
You know, one of the hardest parts about trying to be a better person is the more time that goes by, you continue to realize how long and wide the ramifications of your actions might be.
When you jump out of a window, you try very hard not to blame the quality of the glass. So, no harm, no foul.
It's easy to say, but what if you were the one that pushed you out at one point?
Yeah, pushed myself out, to be fair. Well, I put myself there. I got enough blame for us both.
Well, that certainly answers a few questions that I've had about how they were able to tether an astral body of that size to our planet. Between the combination of Aeorian technology, Ludinus's knowledge, the sheer volume of magical power and artifacts at the Assembly's disposal, and the timing of the solstice. The fact that he's still toying with AR means that there's something he still needs.
Yeah.
There's still something there that he requires, wants.
Something left before he can release Predathos.
And that is a very promising thought, yes.
Do you think Predathos is connected to this Luxon at all?
I do not know much about this Predathos beyond what my partner has told me. It seems like it's ancient, prehistorical.
Apparently it eats gods.
So I've heard. And to be honest, they can have them. But what I do not trust is leaving that choice in the hands of someone like Ludinus Deleth.
Yes. Yes. That's what we've said that. You said it better, but yes.
You
I
guys
usually
said it
do.
in a really nice way.
Knowing that a beacon resides at the center of the key might give us a way might give myself and perhaps some other Dunamancers if they could see past.
Bless you.
Bless. Gesundheit. I learned that from my partner as well. If I could assemble a few other Dunamancers who can see past my previous infractions, and I have a few ideas. Together we could disrupt, theoretically, the beacon that resides in the key. Now to do so would cut the moon free and end this bridge.
Wow.
That
Yeah,
would
do
mean-
that.
That would mean nobody on or off.
Well, we sort of found a little back door onto the moon, theoretically. But maybe it's all about timing.
Perhaps if you do what you need to do, if the Concord does what it needs to do, the Accord. We can utilize that as a way to perhaps cut things off should it go poorly, or close the door behind you if everyone manages to succeed. I'll put some thought to this.
Will you hand me those metal pins behind you?
Oh, certainly. And he kind of brushes a hand and they just kind of glide over to your grasp.
Thank you.
I would never stand up again.
Do you have a lucky someone back home?
I have someone, yes.
Yeah.
He too has and is wrestling with his demons. I think that's why we found common ground once. But he is kind. He is smart. And he is so strong. Of heart. But he, like me, wouldn't be where he is today if it weren't for others to hold him up in times of need. So, I'm very glad you have each other. Solitude makes for dark thoughts and aimless wandering.
I don't know. I got very creative when I was alone.
I can imagine. No judgment. Anyway, I should get to rest. I expended quite a bit of magic getting to you, bringing us all here, and amongst other endeavors I had earlier in the day, and I would like to talk to my partner before I sleep. Have a wonderful night. And he kind of, this is the first time you've noticed as he goes to leave, he does not take a step. He just kind of glides out of the room a few inches off the ground.
Oh, I missed it.
And as he leaves the room, you watch as his image shifts back into that of Seth and then disappears down the hall.
Do you think he casts a spell every time he does that?
That is so neat.
I want to float everywhere.
I think you should.
In kind of the late morning stages, as the rest of you are kind of waking up after a night of rough rest, you see Seth in his full illusory
Essek?
self. Essek in his Seth facade.
Oh, Seth.
Meet you both as you're coming in, kind of steps in. Good morning. I guess some of you are taking a prolonged rest.
What?
What?
I think this is to
Sorry, it's the
Chet and I.
chutney and
Just done.
Sorry.
Sit down.
this is down in the lodge.
Master's work.
You're leaving?
And go.
This is the mostly empty lodge, like baseline entrance where the kind of tavern and step up goes from there.
It's been a rough run of days. I needed a little extra. Hope that's okay.
Of course. I am at your disposal until you decide it is time to go. But time is of the essence, as it always is. So, I'll wait here. Come find me when you are all ready.
We can gather the rest. One question. Are we jumping? Are we teleport? Whatever it is that you do into a populated area? Is it like a wilderness? Will there be eyes, no eyes? What do you think we can expect?
Where we are intending to go is a frozen wasteland to the far north. There are very few in the location that I would consider a population, though there are denizens throughout the ruins. The locale I would wish to take us to would be on the outskirts of a dynasty outpost that once upon a time I was responsible for, but would not wish to enter directly for
Still active.
reasons. It should be. I have not been there in many years. One thing I should also let you know, as I will let the rest of them understand, is magic gets a bit strange to the north, and I cannot guarantee my first attempt at getting us to our destination will be smooth.
Yeah, I'm a stickler for little details. I noticed the word choice, intending, right? It's like pulp in my orange juice. Just get it the fuck out. What do you mean intending? Have you ever missed before?
I wish not to repeat myself. Perhaps best I tell you all when you've gathered.
Fine. Chili up there and chili here. Let's go get the others.
I like pulp.
You're not here! Let's go, we got business. Plus, Seth is downstairs being a little bit of a bitch about the timetable, so we should go. Whatever you do, don't ask him to repeat himself.
What?
It's a long story.
Here's your gloves, right, Marisha?
Chet, as you open the door, on the other side of the door, you see Seth. There. It's like, Seth also has keen ears and can overhear nearby conversations.
I'm sorry.
Come on in, Seth.
And just closes the door, drops the illusion. And it's like, once again, just kind of gliding about 1.5 inches off the ground as he enters.
How do you do that? How do you do that? Is it concentration? Do you have to think about it all the time?
It's magic.
What's it all magic? It's all magic.
I mean, yeah.
Is that just natural fruit? Okay.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
We're prepared.
So, we are about to head to the realm of Isocross, to the far north above here. This is where the crash site and the ruins of Aeor reside. Aeor being one of the most powerful magocracies during the Age of Arcanum. A massive, advanced, arcane city that floated above the landscape. One of many, but one of the apexes of the time, before it dared bring its strength against the gods during the warring times of the calamity, in which the gods struck it from the sky, and this magical city crashed into this icy realm and was forgotten until recently. Now, I've been there a handful of times before the Empire and Kreen interests began to push into the depths, and to be fair, might have defaced elements of it slightly. But where we go, this ruin contains within strange alterations to spellcraft and magic. The very landscape around it tends to make things not work as intended on occasion. Isocross is challenged with some transportation magics. I would not dare bring us into the ruin itself. But even getting nearby should prove a bit... well, it might take a few tries. Once within, even mildly powerful magics have a chance of acting strangely. So for those of you who utilize spellcraft, do not be too surprised with odd encounters. And you see him like laughing like he's recalling in memory. But it'll be dark. It'll be dangerous. Between the current denizens of the ruin, the wandering ancient denizens of the ruin, and what elements of the Vanguard and Ludinus now call it home as well. We will move in shadow. We will be careful. And you will trust in my word. Do any of you hold any magics that are useful for finding things? Finding people?
FCG had
FCG did.
I got a bitchin' nose.
That can
Do
be
you have a
helpful.
locate object? That'd probably be smart. Which is more important, people or objects?
Well, if we're looking for individuals, people is helpful. I have prepared one myself just in case. But it is best to have many things at our disposal. Nevertheless, cross your fingers, step into the center of this chamber, and hope that if the gods are not with us, at the very least, the dice are. He kind of adjusts his cloak with like the big furry edge around the mantle. Begins to repeat the incantation that drew you to Zadash with him when you first met. And then in a brief moment, the magic begins to pull you in once more, the breath seeming pulled from your lungs as you feel the gravity drawing you into the center. As it releases, as you all get pulled in, you see like the arcane tunnel begin to pull, and then suddenly this like clouded static fires from the middle of your minds. The arcane core of what was pulling you in detonates, and you all go scattered across the room, slamming into the wooden walls. The wood panels splinter a bit, and you all kind of land dazed for a minute.
Auspicious start.
How did we do?
Oh, that was fun.
How did we do?
Is it your?
Nice job.
All of you take 11 points of force damage.
You guys are jerks.
Well, the gate.
Are we there yet?
What did you do?
Nothing.
As Essek pulls himself off the floor and goes, like I said, Isocross can be a challenge to arrive at. Let us try again.
Oh, okay.
Cross your fingers a little
Ashton can try too.
I don't want to do this anymore. I'm not just
releases the magic and
Are you doing it?
you're all pulled forward. As you all kind of take in this surroundings here, you realize you've arrived. As Essek looks around. Well, we fucked up.
What?
There's a lot of different
Thanks.
Snow in the world.
I thought you said cold.
What?
He points off in the distance, and you see amongst the mountain range that's cresting, there is one mountain that, actually a pair of twin mountains side by side, where you can see kind of the clouds above. There is hints of, looks like a cityscape built into these twin snowy mountains. That's Lyrengorn, so we are far north of Taldore. All right.
Come on, somebody be good.
Oh, you got it right. Laura, you
So here's the thing.
Rollies?
Can you not do it again?
I can do it once more for the day.
What? You can what?
What?
I can do this
one
once
more
more for the day.
Okay.
Oh, come on, man.
Don't
Come on, baby.
up, Taliesin.
Come on,
Like,
baby.
closing
money,
his,
big money.
warms his fingers for a second.
Take me to the islands.
Essek goes, well, at least we're an Isocross. We're not at our intended destination.
How far away from our destination are we?
I'm not certain. I've not been to this part of the continent.
So you don't recognize that castle in the distance?
I do not. And as he looks over towards the castle, you also see there are like things moving along this fortress.
What are those?
Oh no.
I think they want to be friends.
Are undead giants usually nice giants?
No.
Not these kind. These are unliving. These are unliving frost giants. We should hide. We should hide. As one of them kind of like...
We just sit in the snow.
Oh god. Okay, wait.
Oh, Jesus.
Good cover, dude.
Essek, how far away from our destination?
Good cover.
I do not know precisely where we are. I just assume we're in similar-looking landscape.
We're gonna need shelter. We're gonna need it soon, and we're gonna need to deal with this one way or another, whether it be
You
flying.
can see now both of them are like...
People.
Seth, do you have an idea?
Okay.
If you can, yes.
You can call me Essek, and
I am just prepared to try and knock whatever the fuck comes flying at us as hard as humanly possible until
I
someone.
can try to teleport us.
you don't even know where we're going.
No, I don't.
You will have no chance of getting there.
I can carry you.
Fern, can you carry me?
I can carry. All right.
What? What? Can you fly? Can you not fly?
And is going to go ahead and attempt to cast teleport one last time.
Is he doing it at a higher level?
He lied!
He's trying to save his 9th level spell for something
Oh
else.
shit.
That never works out the way you want it to.
But he's a friend.
So I would like one more person to roll a
That's not-
D100, please. And then you pull out, you land in another patch of snow elsewhere. The landscape unfamiliar, not as close to the ones near you.
We just dropped prone.
Yep.
Yeah.
As it kind of looks up a bit.
Stop floating and lay down, Essek.
Well, the good news is we've gotten away. Bad news is I have no idea where we are.
Cool. That's fine. I'm sorry. I'm just stressed, so I'm getting sarcastic. It's great.
You said you have the ability to do this as well.
I have this staff that. Yeah.
Should we at least look around to see where we are, or
do not.
maybe?
Oh, I never took my staff.
I don't have any illusions prepared to even try and convey the location we're heading
I can
towards.
locate an object. If that's helpful at all in this moment.
Is it just?
Good for you.
Just so we don't get surprised, can I
Yeah.
use my nose on the wind and just make sure something's on
Yeah,
us?
go ahead and roll. Essek, you can see, is like now, like creating a very small illusion, looking towards you, Imogen. It's like, there is a, and you can see there's like kind of a, it just looks like land masses with like a kind of a cliff and rocks and kind of like ruins. And he's like, this isn't going to help. Lest you had a clear image of it, you'd have little to no chance of even getting
What if
there.
we had something from the place?
Oh.
Perhaps.
Oh.
Oh! Oh! Yeah! I take the bag of holding.
Would that have been helpful for you to have this whole time?
Possibly.
Bring out the piece of machinery.
I've seen of its like. It'll probably be at the same chance, but
Are you
You
able
can-
to peek into his head for imagery?
I could try that.
If it'll
Are you willing
help,
to
I
open
don't
up your
know.
mind?
I mean, both.
Not yet,
I was
not
thinking.
yet.
I need both.
We might need it.
It's a good idea. I'll just carry the bag.
and perhaps the two together might be of aid.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll let you in a brief peek. Just don't go poking around, please.
What are your thoughts?
Letting you into his consciousness. For a brief instant, you see like shadows around, almost like there are other memories, lengthy memories with curtains thrown over them to ensure that you do not peek beyond where you're supposed to. But in that kind of shadow, you see an image begin to apparate, and you see now the familiar snow and frosty like landscape that you've been to, but this one's uniquely different. You see the kind of crown of mountains around this majestic valley, the kind of black, jagged peaks, then pushing through the ice and snow. And in this valley, you see long expanses of ice with like broken towers poking out, breaking through the ice sheets. You can see little facets and glimpses of ancient ruin, mostly locked somewhere beneath this glacial ice. And you kind of shift through the bird's eye view of his memory, and you see this kind of entryway. You see a path that leads into this glacial shelf. You then get glimpses of subterranean ruins, flashes of like faint blue glow in spaces, and you see him kind of shake his head. I have to keep you focused, and we cannot go directly there. Did you see that cliff that, and like the image in his head shifts back to that point, and you can see there's like the ice shelf kind of ends in a cliff and leads down to this slight decline. There's other jutting parts of ruin, but you see like a crack in this glacial shelf and what looks to be a dark point entrance.
Yeah.
Well, you can certainly try.
And I'm just rolling. I'm just gonna roll.
You see, like as you pull the staff out, kind of Essek kind of looks at the staff with an odd glance, and as you begin to kind of concentrate and the runes begin to glow, he goes, yes, and just like holds his breath and squints his eyes.
I don't trust anything that's about to happen.
Wait, did Essek recognize the staff?
No, he just
knows.
Okay,
It's
he
not
just
his.
knows it's bad. Yeah.
He's giving himself over.
nothing immediately there, but you see Essek going, all right, still have no idea where we are. Perhaps we just call this a wash for the moment and stay close.
Okay, now that there's nothing here, yeah, this is way better. This is good.
Mountains anywhere, or are we?
Snow-covered palm trees.
Trees
No, a pine tree.
Pine trees.
I think you said palm trees.
Sweet.
We're on the universe.
Or Nicodranus.
No one on the 101.
Should we go into the...
Kind of steps into a nearby alcove about 40 feet off and just says, I can keep us safe for the time being, but get close. He goes ahead and kind of looks into a small like side tome that he has pocketed in, glances through, reminds himself of something, mutters the incantation, and as he puts his hands down, this kind of amber-colored dome surrounds all of you. And immediately the cold becomes a comfortable, like centralized, climate-controlled temperature. You can sit down. All right. It's a good thing I woke up relatively early in the day because I'm going to have to take an early nap. Yes. Sorry about this.
I'm sorry as well.
So it hasn't been that long, right?
No,
it's just
it's
been
been
a
like-
handful of minutes from Zadash.
It's been an exciting 10 minutes.
Yeah, like 10 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Just screaming the whole time.
Okay.
All right.
I could scry.
How does this work? We all have to stay inside it?
Yes, I mean, you can leave if you need to, but while inside it is comfortable and most nothing could penetrate the boundary itself, so...
How do we get in
Solid.
now?
You put your hand towards it, it kind of passes through silently.
I want to go look around.
But you do notice that the snowfall that's here is like stopping and kind of gathering a bit on the top.
It's like being in a snow globe.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh,
He pulls open his
Trying to
book
be
and
romantic.
kind of sits and leans against the side and starts like reading through his book, and you can kind of see that frustrated knot in the middle of his forehead.
How he'd be an Amor by now. These delays are a bitch.
It certainly beats trying to take skyship or boat, I guarantee you.
Chit chat, little nap. Try again tomorrow.
I think that is
Well,
the
if
plan.
he takes a nap,
Lunchtime.
Do you need like a full 8 hours?
I
Good
need
rest.
an extensive bit of sleep, yes.
Oh.
And he reaches into a pouch and pulls out a face mask.
well, good night.
And kind of just like curls up at the far back part of the dome against the little hillscape that's there. plops in.
When he starts to fall asleep, I'm gonna like lift up his robe and kind of look at his feet.
Once he passes out, you mean?
Once he passes out.
Okay, make a sleight of hand check.
Like his shoes or boots, or
See how he's floating.
I thought you just wanted to see his feet.
Not his feet.
Essek on Foot Finder.
I rolled a 2.
Just
Sleight
roll the
hand.
count on Wikifeet.
9.
A 9.
It's just regular feet.
Just barely sees. As you peek, it kind of like shoots up a little bit and pulls the face mask up a little bit over one eye and goes like, "Is there an issue?"
Did you want a foot rub to help you sleep? I was just gonna help you try to. I walk out of the globe.
As you start. Goes back to rest.
back at the dome. I've cleaned the boar. I've gotten some branches and started a little fire. Some of my blood magic shit. Making some ass jerky for Orm.
Are you making pocket bacon?
Yep.
Okay.
Making a little spit, a little impromptu spit to turn and burn, baby.
And the cleanest, most polished spit you've ever seen crafted of wood.
Bet your ass, no imperfections.
Eventually, you see Essek sit up, pulling off the face mask. Do you have any extra?
You bet. Especially for you.
How are you feeling? Feeling rested? Feeling good?
Feeling willing enough to try again.
Interestingly enough, I mean, Fearne got to the top of the tree.
Yeah, I did.
You got to the top of a tree.
Yes, I did. Why do you have to say it like
That's
that?
incredible. We're just trying to jump continents and you're climbing trees. That's great.
What'd you see?
Well, there was more snow and kind of a slopey situation. And then there was what looked like maybe the edge of a frozen lake and a city.
Oh.
But it looks like it's kind of like a few days away.
A big one?
Yeah. Like a real city. Does that make sense?
I believe you. That makes sense, yes.
Well, I mean, like, does it sound familiar?
A city?
I've been to a few cities in my time.
In Aor, in where we're supposed to go in this area. No?
For the most part, the only cities on Isocross are the southern side, none in this kind of densely forested region, and the dynasty city of Vermis is actually on the waters, so...
So we're definitely not miles across.
So
Yeah,
we're
not.
in the highest points of what? Wildmount or
I do not know.
Isilra?
This is not familiar to me.
I'm betting Wildmount.
So let's try and get out of here, shall we? Everyone have your things? Everyone ready?
Anybody else want some more?
Yes, please.
Yes, please, yes.
Takes a piece, start, finish chewing on it. All right.
Use a cork.
Let's try again before the day takes us.
You got this.
And as he releases the magic once more, I need somebody else to roll a D100.
It's gonna be
You all kind of arrive
Always was.
on the edge of a mountain slope, and you all have to kind of catch yourselves as the snow begins to slide, and you can see, like, now you could very easily begin to tumble
Is this
into
it?
the valley
Did you-
below.
did you do
I
it?
know this is not it.
I hit the button on
Do
the
it
hammer.
again. Do it again.
There is now something to hold on to.
Hold on to my shoulders. And he begins to do the physical incantation as you're holding his legs, kind of like hovering a little bit in the space.
And lock.
Teleports again. As you all go.
Very civil.
And as you all kind of land, you look around to another similar landscape of ice and snow. Cool. The only person of real recognition is you, as you saw the image of this in Essek's mind.
We made it. We made it. We made it.
It all looks the same.
We're on Flatland?
He points over, and you can see now where you are. There's like rocks pushing out of the nearby snow, but you take a moment to realize, and they're not rocks. You see structure. You see what looks like almost like a corkscrew design of stairs that have been smoothed over time along one edge of a massive pillar that's broken at the top. You can see another edge of what looks like a crumpled building peak that has just enough of a corner point and designs among it where it looks like it was once a beautiful structure. Now lost to the weathered elements and time, it just barely stands beyond the peak of the ice. And here between this small descent, this snow-filled kind of slow crawl to the base of this kind of glacial cliffside, you can see this dark crack that kind of snakes up the basis of it in a shadowed walkway that heads to darkness within. Very well, we have arrived. Try and be as quiet as possible and stay close. He drifts above the snow and begins to glide down towards that cliff entrance. As you all continue to curl in, Chet, you don't get too much further than where you were calling them forward as you begin to crawl and see like the ground almost seems to like descend to what might be a decline. And as you approach, no, it's just a drop off. It's just a full-on dark pit.
Stop! Stop! Stop!
You're kind of pushed up to the edge a little bit.
Essek! It's a fucking pit! It just jumps off into nothing!
Right. Do you have a means of climbing down?
I'm holding onto a rope!
If I recall, this little over 100 feet of rope should get us down.
How many times have you been through here?
3? Maybe 4. 4.
Okay. What's at the bottom?
Yeah, can I use my
Anything
dark vision to
dangerous?
look down 60 feet? Do I see the tops of anything?
Away. Not locked beneath the ice itself, but a heavy layer of frost. You do see 3 not quite as ancient corpses. Kind of among where you stand. You see shreds of clothing and armor, kind of wrapping mostly damaged bone. The majority of the flesh torn away before the remainder was left to freeze.
Oh, it's Ludinus. Look at that.
Great.
We won.
Problem solved.
Success.
One of them appears similar in size to you, Orem. 2 others that look a bit larger. One kind of fairly large, but you can see these skeletons. The bones have been nearly picked clean from flesh on the surface. They have also a number of wounds across the bone. Something must have torn into them, or not. You also notice in some of the legs impact injuries to the legs. These individuals had a rough time.
Something's down here.
Essek, is Essek down with us? We're all down?
Yeah, Essek's like hovering, kind of looking around. All right, so first things first, do not touch anything brown. That's not dirt.
Mold?
That's a mold, and it's a dangerous one. If it becomes a problem, do not try and light it on fire. It is immune.
Do you know anything about these people?
I do indeed.
Yeah, dude.
I'm with you now. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I caught it.
took a minute to
I
get
caught
there.
it. I caught it.
Retracing Mighty Nine Steps.
Who did we,
Oh my god!
Jason tumbling down the...
Yeah, we took out half the team.
We set that big ass trap.
Is that Captain America moment?
Good night.
I just do that.
So Essek responds, says, on my first journey down here, my compatriots made sure we weren't followed by a few unsavory types, and it seems that what we left behind, some other denizens of these ruins found what was left. And looks to you and goes, looks like you carry some similar skills as well. Be careful not to lose your footing, Blood Hunter.
Remember, this is where 4 did those.
Called out.
Yeah.
Good to be free. Weird. There's like something going on down here.
And passages out. Although Essek knows his way at this
He
point.
does. He points to, he's like, that's the end, the east is this way. This would be the tunnel before us. This should take us into the Praesidus Ward. Once again, stay close.
This is so weird.
Drifts towards this eastern entryway. You follow Essek through these streets, and you kind of see one source of this light a little further off, and it looks like a faintly like a fairly glowing kind of blue-green dome of some kind. Not too dissimilar to the one that Essek had protected you all with on one of your offset teleportation destinations.
What?
It doesn't matter. I don't know that. I don't have no memories of this place.
You also notice as you step through here, weirdly, the air gets warmer. The chill begins to drift away. The frost begins to vanish, and you feel more comfortable. In fact, almost like the heavier cloak that you're wearing at this point is going to quickly grow uncomfortable.
Essek, you've been here 2 or 3 times before, you said?
Yes, more or less.
Are you anticipating, just so I know how danger close we are you anticipating Ludinus to be here, or are we using this as a jumping off point?
No, the place where he is I have not been, but I know the location that leads before it, which is where I'm taking you.
Okay.
From that point, it's going to be uncharted territory for all of us. Hence my conversation earlier this morning. Oh, my time's all messed up now. Anyway, and you pass by this massive amphitheater to one side where you can see there's archway entrances and...
Never mind, it's okay.
Essek, there were parts like this on the moon.
Really? Mm-hmm. Just like this?
They were ruins, yeah. Similar architecture.
And water flowing through, and that's how we found the back door.
Very interesting. When all this is done, I would like very much to hear what you saw there. If there is a connection historically, that has some implications.
Are we in danger at the moment?
Oh, always. Continuously. The creatures here that exist, if they haven't wandered from the outside, are entities that have been unleashed throughout the interior of here since the time of the Age of Arcanum. Wartime experimentations, biological weapons. I've seen some terrors down here, nightmarish entities. So once again, stay close, stay vigilant, stay quiet.
Okay.
Wait, what's that dome over there?
Those are some of the original citizens.
Domes?
Some were, in the moments of crisis, some magics were designed to protect. But all things here work strangely, and we're not quite sure of the source of these domes, but many of the original civilians at the time of the cataclysm still remain in those domes, locked in a point of time.
I kind of want to see this.
Are they alive?
Can we see features?
It's hard to see. Kind of takes a deep sigh, are you really going to go off the beaten path to inspect one of these?
Technically, this path has not been beaten.
I mean, if you're sure it's not gonna give us, if it's not gonna help, then we don't have to. If you're not curious, it's okay.
No, sure, take a look.
There's nothing
Anything we
we can do.
shouldn't touch?
Everything.
Don't touch anything.
I'm not going to touch anything, but
Don't
if we
touch
get
everything or don't touch anything?
Don't touch anything.
Okay.
Everything is the thing you should not touch. You speak in strange arrangements.
But if things go sideways, it's get thrown into a thing. It's good to know that you shouldn't get thrown into that thing, or
Yes, do not throw yourself into things.
well, other things would throw.
Arms walking in the amphitheater.
Lotto follows.
You said magic is funny here.
Immensely.
I'll walk behind.
A while ago, I cast a spell. It was... I had a... Anyway, all my hair fell out.
Oh, that's right.
Is that what you mean? Is it if I cast a spell, I could go bald or turn blue or something like that? Or is it more serious?
From what I've seen, similar circumstances, yes. But I do not know the length and breadth of what can happen. The most dangerous thing that happened to me was I became a fish for a brief period of time.
You became a fish?
Yes.
What kind of fish?
A salmon, I believe.
Did you know you were a fish?
Yes, it was awful.
Wow.
Were you just flopping around or was there water?
No, I was just flopping on the floor. My partner had to carry me for a bit. But it's...
Could you still breathe, or was it like a... I'm sorry, this is a really interesting story.
Just
Salmon are heavy. Those are big fish.
be warned, it can get a bit strange.
Is it all spells or...
Past a certain point of... I think the arcane threshold needs to go beyond a certain level of spellcraft.
Shouldn't we try to let those people out?
I don't think anyone knows how. And if the assembly has been here, which I assume it has been to a point, if there was use to it, they would have discovered it by now as well.
There's a person in the blue, arms outstretched at the end of the stage, right?
Well, as you enter this, are you all following behind Orem?
Oh, hell yes.
Yeah.
You all follow, and Essek kind of sighs heavily and drifts behind. I would like a group stealth check.
This place was open air before. There were so many people. She was trying to calm some kind of unrest. I couldn't understand what she was saying. And then there was some kind of enormous white flash. She was just the same pose she's in now.
Mm-hmm.
And she was in this exact same pose. But the light encompassed everything. That's all I got.
Is she still alive in there?
Her arms must be so tired.
It's true. I glow blue when time slows down. Essek, I glow blue when time slows. That's just what this reminds me of.
Indeed, as an individual who studies time alteration through magical means, there are signs that speak to those moments in time being locked.
Natürlich, yeah.
I'd be curious if these were ever to be disabled, if they would be brought to continue life as they were, or would 1,000 years pass in an instant?
Oh my God.
I do not know. I have my theories.
I snap back when I stop slowing down. Or I speed up sometimes, actually.
20th level time stop you there.
You see, as you're talking about time and magic, it's like, nice.
I do not notice.
No, just spells. Okay, we got it.
Have we done the necessary amount of sightseeing here?
Well, yeah, sorry, you can't just walk us through some new place covered in frost.
Like, no big deal, no big deal.
Can if it's...
You're right, urgency. I'm sorry, a sense of urgency and drive. Yes.
Getting our distraction out of
And that's why. And he points up, and you can see up on the edge, the far end of the amphitheater, there is like a shape that leaps to an upper portion of it, almost like a gorilla leaping from one part of a tree to another. You just see it kind of...
Did you see that?
And a rock goes like... We should go. And you can just drift back out of the center of the amphitheater. Yes, it goes... Well, that's a new thing. And points to the path ahead. And you see a mummified skeletal corpse crawling on the ground, but reaching outward, and it's just stuck there. Its eyes, sockets sunken deep and empty, its mouth agape with its lips curled back, its teeth exposed top and bottom, heavy robes behind, and it's just a long silver chain dangling on it. You could see its bony long fingers. It just kind of is there reaching.
That's new? That corpse wasn't there the last time you came?
It's just peeking around the opening of a wall, not from off to the side where it opens up. I do not recall that. And a little bit of light you have access to with your orbs, you can see that a dark purple sapphire gem fixed in the middle of this
Can I pull it up off of his neck? Can I pull it off of him?
You can drift it up off of the body.
That's mine.
Bring it over to you.
Put it on the ground.
Is it safe to touch? Hey, ask Essek.
Yeah, it's on an undead body, of course.
Yeah,
He won't spring to life immediately after this.
Don't touch anything.
It is one of the first things I asked you not to do.
I
I literally...
haven't touched it.
I didn't touch it,
It's
though.
floating.
It's just...
She didn't touch it with her hand. It was just
Keep an eye on that fucking corpse.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just set it down on the ground.
It's one of the first things I asked you not to.
Sorry about that, Essek. I thought that was specifically for things not being worn by mummies.
We're not
Well,
upset.
I would like to be clear to expand that into anything, especially phantom amulets hanging from long dead
Yeah, but
corpses.
technically she didn't actually touch it. It was just from far away. So.
Yeah, you licked it.
My hair wasn't already white, you'd see it going gray.
You should have been a little bit more specific. So we can't do like a touch with like a mage hand or like a what she just did.
Look, do what you wish. I have means of escape.
Oh, damn.
I'll be fine. Likely.
I'll lead the way.
Still looks like a really cool.
And he kind of like drifts on, continuing past the amulet and heading down the path.
Mage hand. Soup.
You follow Essek around the edge of this, and you can see there's these kind of ice-coated gaps in the rock of this ceiling. And eventually follow him to one of these gaps that leads into a tall, well-kept chamber. Like a small hall that leads into a building that looks like it was swallowed by this ice and rock, but it's well kept on the inside. You can see the walls are finely carved, the designs. There is an open path, slightly cracked and raised in places as it snakes through and around an edge. There is a platform in the center of this room where it looks like it's just a raised, maybe like 5-foot area, and Essek kind of puts his hands up. Well, at least something dangerous has been pilfered through here. There's no use here. Whatever was here was gone. And you see him still take a wide berth around the center of this chamber. And you can see like this platform probably looks like this large room once carried something there, but it's no longer present. The edge of the hallway beyond this area is completely collapsed. The only like beyond exit tunnel is just stones fallen in place, like heavy bits of shale rock kind of guarding and for this pristine chamber, it looks like one side of it just collapsed.
So what do we do now?
I did this on my last exit. Then he starts lifting his hand, and you watch the stone shifts out of the way, and like a conductor conducting an orchestra. He watches Essek moves his fingers and just shifts stone after stone beyond these large kind of rock shelves, kind of creaking out of the way, some like cracking and shifting before collapsing and into broken stone rubble on the ground.
I you said don't touch anything.
Beat me too, but
He looks back at the shoulder. I'm not touching it, am I? Kind of gives you a smile.
Cheeky man.
It takes about 5 minutes of him doing this. Quite a bit of rubble's been placed here before it gives way to what looks to be an archway. Essek kind of puts his hand up a bit. All right, we have arrived at the Genesis ward.
Oh,
We're on target. Cultist Thelma?
he could potentially be anywhere around here. Or do
Any
you-
of the Vanguard could be anywhere around here if they've been maneuvering through these spaces. So look for anything that looks out of place. Essek looks back at the rest of you. Now, I'm not entirely certain where this cultist region might be, but it is attached to this ward, and there is one portion of the Genesis ward that I'm aware of that is relatively centrally connected to much of the city itself. So, he kind of looks back at the center portion of this devastation, this massive kind of cored out region of this ward beyond you. And that's where we have to be. So,
we haven't really talked. What's the plan? When and if we find Ludinus? Deter him, slow him down?
He's probably here for something, right?
So if we can get it before him,
Destroy it.
Or subvert him.
Or trap him.
Send the tech away.
Essek, you mentioned people with the ability to look in on you. Have you checked on that? Are we being watched, followed? Would anyone know that we might be coming?
he flicks his eyes open, and you can see kind of a faint yellowish energy over his eyes. He glances around. No one's watching us at the moment. And thankfully, I'm pretty certain no one's watching me. He plucks a small necklace from underneath his heavy furred cloak, mantle, tucks it back in. I've made a life so far of not being followed.
And we're off the radar. Sort of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, do you know of anything else? If I can recall, Ludinus, much like myself, is difficult to divine directly. Is there something about his person or someone he might be with that we could perhaps search magically for?
Who would he be with?
Wouldn't be your mom. She's on the moon.
Wouldn't be with my mom, yeah.
Wouldn't be with your dad necessarily.
What?
Not your dad, your
Oh,
dad.
no, he wouldn't be with him.
You sure you're right with your mom?
No, she stayed on the moon. Ludinus was already gone.
Wouldn't be other members of the Cerberus Assembly, right?
They were all scattered. I mean, Astrid talked about most people distancing themselves from him, but maybe there's one or two? I don't know.
I imagine there's probably at least a member or two are on his side to some degree or another. I have no idea what place they would take in the Vanguard.
Or even more overt enemies. Do you think Ira would have made it this far?
Very possible.
Yeah.
I don't know how likely.
They made it to the moon.
Just to see, can I open up the bag of holding and start to pull just the bit of that machinery back out? And just because there's so much glowing here, it seems like some kind of residual energy. Is anything on that any more alive than it is its otherwise inert state?
Interesting. No, it doesn't seem to be reacting to anything nearby, not proximity-wise, at least.
Okay.
Well, if Ludinus has not been the one doing this excavation himself, that would mean that there are alliances to the Assembly or the Vanguard likely present throughout these halls. So, let us hope to not gain their attention to let them know of our presence. But conversely, they might be a good source of information we seek.
That's true. You guys just peek your head over. We'll stay close.
Okay.
We'll be within 30 feet of you.
Well, if we're all having to go there anyway, better sooner than later.
Okay.
And he glides on, leading you through the...
I'll take the eye. I'll dive back down from the roof, and as I approach all of us, I'll just come along the floor and then come right up under Essek's face and just look right up his nose. It's so vast and cavernous.
Hairless, freshly trimmed.
Oh shit! You can see it. That's right. Apologies. it's massive in all directions. Okay. Essek, Laudna, Imogen. Anybody recognize this?
I certainly don't.
Kind of drifts in and kind of looks inside.
Moons? Moons?
What did you say? It was two circles.
A larger circle and a smaller circle, and a number of like lines drawn through in shapes. Some sort of an odd
shape.
sigil or sign of some kind.
Does
Do
my
you recognize it?
runic...
Essek, does it look? I do not. This doesn't seem to. It's either of an arcana older or outside of my purview of research and understanding. Essek, I do not, unfortunately. Whatever sort of arcana or symbol this might be, I do not know it.
What did Essek roll?
Oh, you want to know?
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, true.
Go on, boy.
He rolled.
Come on,
Where's his sheet here?
roll high,
Sheet is.
Teleported out of here.
If he's still here.
No, he's over there.
Yes.
Actually his sheet I forgot to pull out. So let me pull it here.
See.
In all my preparation here, that was the one thing that I forgot to bring.
Actually,
in my
even his character sheet floats about an inch.
It's true. There it is.
It's a hovercraft.
I was like, where's his dex? Oh, the sheet's not here. All right, so that puts him at a
Whip it out.
13.
13. That puts him.
Right behind Orem.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, just a Essex sandwich between Orem and Dorian? Okay.
Ooh, I want to get him.
That goes to the multiverse.
Sounds of thousands of pen hitting.
He is taken.
Ah, my head.
Ashton, finish your go.
Yeah.
All right, now it's Essek's go.
Come on, hot boy.
Essek, seeing this happen here,
Hot boy, hot boy.
is going to go ahead and
Roll the
Doing some of this good stuff.
flashy. Not go quietly into the night.
All right.
We will not go
We will
quietly
not
without a fight. We're gonna survive. We're gonna survive.
We will
Hello?
not weaken
We
or
celebrate.
falter.
He doesn't
Oh, head up,
doesn't
head up.
hurt anyone there. Yeah, you know what? He looks over across this massive cluster and goes like, all right, let's see if I still got it in me. It's been a minute. And he's gonna move forward to the edge. To there, he's gonna go ahead and begin to cast a spell. You see like the space in front of his hands begin to warp and pull in, like there's either intense heat or intense gravity. And as he pulls his hands together and claps them, he shoots them outward, and you watch this like bead of black kind of scatter out in a line. As it does, the ground beneath goes, and you watch as all the nearby stone and rock just gets pulled into the center, like gravity suddenly pulls it. This massive gravity fissure just tears across over there.
Cool.
That's duty, Mancy.
It's going to be the damage. Ooh, that's a great roll. Okay. Okay, now I'm rolling saving throws. It comes through here, which will catch everyone in this area. Unfortunately, on the opposite end, it might catch you, Fearne.
Okay.
So I just need you to make a. Let's see.
So catching Ash, who's in front of that tent.
Resist the black hole, son.
And you should make a Constitution saving throw.
Me?
Yep.
Okay, I do have advantage against spells and other magical effects.
That's true. You do.
So,
Is
not
that
to
a
brag.
higher than a third level spell?
It is. I'm gonna roll for him in just a second.
I'm gonna
Does it
definitely
get?
roll
Does the
that
DC
again.
drop or like the number drop the higher the level spell? Or is it just like
No,
it's always 17 or?
just when a third or higher level spell is
Okay.
cast.
6.
So that's a
with
fail.
advantage.
All right, so you take 36 points of force damage.
Oh
But-
my god!
Fail.
Oh,
Fail.
oh, he's gonna fucking plow the
Okay,
road.
okay.
Fail.
Oh wow.
This is good.
Fail.
I knew I shouldn't have rolled that one. You know when you have that feeling and you still do it?
Yep.
Whoa!
Oh, thanks, buddy.
Oh, it just
okay,
tears
okay,
through
okay.
all of those.
Okay. Yeah. That's okay. I'll take the damage.
Changes the game.
It's alright. It does. It does.
I hate to throw a player under the bus, but do you see Ashton in front of the tent? Because he's right in there with those bugs.
Oh no, yeah, Ashton would be there too. Ashton, could you roll a Constitution saving throw? Yeah, as I was standing
Big
here,
con
the
save,
edge
big
of it
con
was
save,
blocking
big
him.
Come on.
Big con save, nipples out.
Come on, Jonathan.
It's just I don't have an advantage on this. Just a straight save.
Correct.
Force nipples.
That's I can't read that because I'm. It's 15.
15 is a failure. So that was 36 points of force damage.
I take all 36, don't I?
Yeah,
yes, I
it's
do.
force. And you get pulled right into where the middle of the line was.
Ow.
Like your gravity against that gravity. You watch as the two converge, and as it hits you, the force damage hits. You watch as you get knocked out of the way.
Oh, I do not like
your
that.
head sparks, and you get pulled in the middle. And as you land, the colors of your rage kind of mingle across a rainbow for a second before reforming the Dunamancy meeting Dunamancy and having an odd reaction.
I throw up.
And he goes, sorry! To that point, I'm gonna actually someone roll for me, because that's fun. Roll d20 for Essek.
Oh no.
It's a cocked 20, so I'll roll it again.
It was cocked.
That's cocked. 7 plus something.
Okay, so yeah, that doesn't matter. He's gonna go ahead and dart back to there. Just kind of hover back a little bit,
That's not good.
hoping that maybe he didn't catch too much attention. Finishing his go, Essek kind of gathers up with the rest of you and goes like, first off, my apologies, but it seemed like it was the most effective thing to do at the time. Calculations and all of that. Secondly,
It's fine.
See a lot of those down here.
that is only the second time I've seen one of those, and the first time I've fought one. Part of the game is to not be discovered. Speaking of which, we should go.
Over that.
Is
Are
it
you
good
all?
to hide in one of these towers?
We can certainly try. And he kind of like glides over in that direction to gather up with the rest of you. What were you saying? The group stealth check with Pass That a Trace. I'll include Essek in this as well. Ooh.
Forgot to do my
All
stuff
right. It's going to be 16 for Essek.
With
You didn't
no
get the
pass
high.
without with
He rolled real bad
no pass without a trace or with pass.
with Pass.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, Essek
Tryptophobia for satellites.
kind of sitting off in the shadow goes, well, we survived that. Where we're going, I am not entirely certain what awaits us.
Do we need to take a moment to prepare ourselves? If it gets too hairy down there, I can likely find a quick way to abscond from this, especially if you have the ability to get us to move through the air rather rapidly. It would be safer than climbing down regardless, but if we can afford us a bit of rest, that might be good.
Yeah.
I hurt, so I'm definitely down for some rest.
I hurt. I can go, but if we go, I'm gonna need a little help. Unless we take a beat.
All right. Sure. We can take
A
a
short rest. Is that what we're doing?
short rest, yeah. Are we good where we are to take a rest right here?
Well, that's where we take it.
The tower doesn't collapse.
The tower doesn't collapse. Damn.
So before we
I'm
rest,
usually on the other end of that weird gravity shift. That felt.
Yes, my curiosity about your strange affliction continues to deepen. I would like very much when this is over to perhaps, experiment's the wrong word. I would like to look into you.
I would appreciate that. I've got too many I don't knows these days. Trying to get rid of a few.
Same.
I like him. He's hot.
So as you're taking another one of those like dog creatures with the eye tail, looks like a scrawnier one that's kind of on its own. It seems to kind of follow up over in the area as well, sniffing around, and slowly begins to look nervously around and skitters down to where the body of the creature is, kind of sniffs your massive kill, goes back into the tent, pulls another body out by a leg, and as it begins to gnaw on its foot, as it goes, watch, and points above you. And you see, ever so faintly, only because he points it out, this like single strand, what looks like a thread of silver or something, just kind of descends. And that's kind of, it heads straight down. With your perception, it's not a thread, it's almost like an impossibly long piece of goo. And it reaches down and just like touches the top of the wolf creature and then pulls it up and you hear and up into the shadow, you don't even see the source of it, you just hear
That was from the ceiling? That was from the ceiling?
pieces of it begin to like fall
so everyone
down.
saw a thread come down. I know that it was snot, and it got yanked.
Yeah, the rest of
The ceiling's more than 60 feet up from the
yes,
tower, right?
yeah. And you just get this, you get the sense here, and Essek kind of looks to the rest of you. So yeah, there are many strange and natural things that call this place home. Some that were from Aeor, others that have just found it home or been changed by the odd magics here. But we should be focusing on moving quietly and unseen. So,
Splash sound.
Essek goes, if you have the capability, I would recommend us try to circumvent climbing within that. And he gestures over to the massive pothole that the rest of you now turn around and notice what Ormond's seen before. This incredible space. You saw it kind of from a distance where the roads kind of arced upward, like something had punched through, and they're kind of locked in this, almost like a volcanic force that burst through the middle of this city ward, leaving this impossibly large sinkhole that kind of, you cannot see the other side of it. It's so big from here. But a little bit of light comes through the bit of like a ceiling ice sections, that the little bit of filtered light that kind of glows, and the element of orbs around it, you can just see this endless expanse of darkness. I do not want to burn all of my important things, but I can comfortably take 4.
Wow. Comfortably, you can take 4. I would be burning a lot to take 4.
So you're saying we're going that way,
1, 2.
but we can't touch anything?
We can.
I can-
But climbing is a bit dangerous since I'm not entirely certain what the bottom is.
Can you
I could
turn into
I
something?
could turn into something
You've
and
never
carry
seen the
somebody.
bottom?
No. I prefer to carefully explore, and each time met some sort of a barrier and discovered it was best to leave.
How far down would you say you've gone?
I mean, the farthest I've been is the 9th basement floor, and where we're heading, I believe, is in the 7th or 8th.
Okay.
Okay.
I can comfortably take 3 or If
I could fly. I can also basically like, if I think about it, I can like pretend I'm a feather in my head and kind of just like whoosh down.
yeah, then you can't control necessarily where you're going.
If you fly, you can take me and Chet, maybe, depending on how big you want to get.
I can help someone to fly as well. If
Oh,
you
because
prefer.
you can fly.
I can.
Oh,
You can carry somebody.
all right. Well,
I could. Or I
You
should
should
play a
maybe
little
hear
tune
around.
if someone wants to fly under their own power.
Would Dorian be able to hold halfling frame if without too
slowly.
much?
It wouldn't be good for a chase, but for this circumstance, you could probably.
in that case,
it'd be a half speed carrying you, so you'd be a little behind everybody.
then you don't use your wild shape because that's
I won't
wasting
use it.
something.
Great.
Then I'll do fly on us
Awesome.
3, and then you can do you 3. Save a little bit,
I'm gonna piggyback on Dorian.
and they can do it, unless you want to use that higher.
No, I will happily save that slot.
Okay.
Instead, only burn a 5th.
Or you
I'm
can
gonna
carry
one, and then cast.
I'll just do 5th then, and just do one well.
Okay.
Very well. So you're carrying this
Yeah.
one, and then I'm bringing myself, you, and you.
And I'm doing Fern, me, and
Thank you.
Ashley. So you're doing
Cheers.
a
All right, so 5th left. You do. All right.
Pretty ass motherfucker.
All right.
Essek kind of glances around. All right, stay close. I'll see if I can recall the proper floors. He begins to descend into the open chasm as the rest of you follow suit.
Orm is looking for spiders and whatever the fuck.
Perception check for me if you don't mind. And with each little pass, Essek goes through going, they've certainly picked a lot of this clean. And you can see, as some of you pass by, some of the shapes right as you go by, and the lights that you see on some of these levels passing from below and up. You see just the outer shadow of like a skeleton leaning against a piece of rock before it vanishes from sight. Most of these floors down here are not traversable. They are entirely collapsed and shut off. There is no visual perspective, and even Essek looks over and to one area. That is a fresh collapse there. I deign to think what had occurred there as of late. It's been a few years since I've been here, so since the Empire took the place under its wing, officially.
What was that?
Oh, series of various research floors, many of it still locked. Me and my partner were trying to map out as much as we could, but we weren't the only ones here. There are many minds looking to this space, and there were those coming in here to take what was worth, what they could find. There was dynasty interests that were setting up outposts, one of which was there, and it points to the 7th floor that is just this like ruined mass of stone and tangled metal. But it seems their operations have been shut down. I think, and you see as one floor comes up, there's a bit of a shelf outcropping. This is the 8th floor. This is as far down between this and elements of the 9th that I've been. But you had mentioned the occultus. What did you call it?
The Ruby Vanguard.
No, the word we got from Astrid.
Oh, Dominox? No.
Cultist.
Thalamus.
I just want to make sure you guys have your notes still. Yep. I've come across some references to a thalamus on these 2 floors. We'll start with the 8th, and if this does not guide us anywhere of particular interest, we'll try and go for the 9th, though that is a bit more precarious. This 8th basement floor was, as far as I can tell, a lot of arcane experimentation. But many of these places were sealed off, and by the time we had gotten here, we had expended much of our capabilities, and at the first sign of any sort of danger, we had to leave for self-preservation reasons. So shall we begin?
Just out of curiosity, looking down past the 8th and the 9th, it's just ongoing wreckage until
Just floors that are
visibility
collapsed
dies.
in, and you can see an area where like the floors are blown out further, almost like it opens up into even further darkness.
Do you know how deep it goes?
I have not been to the bottom, but he takes a coin from the inside of his robe and throws it.
No.
He goes, and just disappears. You have a very high perception. Go ahead and roll perception for me.
Come on, come on, come on.
Cocked.
Can't.
27.
27. It takes about 25, 30 seconds before you hear the faint
25, 30.
breaking the surface of water.
Very far.
Water.
Water.
Water all the way.
Don't y'all
to
just want to dive on down?
Yeah.
Sounds fun.
Yeah.
I mean,
Possibly be down there.
this
No,
is
I
a
mean,
safe
yeah,
one,
no,
100%.
Probably the bodies of a
terrible,
bunch
but-
of other people who thought
I mean,
this
just
was
like
a good idea.
Laura Croft it off, you know?
Oh,
One
yeah.
second.
Just dive it off.
Yeah.
Be my
Did they hit
guest.
Stanford?
I'm going to go on the 8th floor. And he kind of like glides over on the edge of that kind of.
It must run off somewhere because it's been pouring here for who knows how long.
It's strange.
Well, I better hold up.
Magic water is magic water, as we've definitely learned recently. It can come from anywhere and go to anywhere.
You know what that just reminded me of?
What?
When we lost FCG's coin in the tunnels of Drusar. It was strange being here without them.
I wonder if they would have, I don't know, remembered anything.
Felt something.
Yeah.
You know, when we finish this, we have infinite free time. We should go back and find that coin.
We should.
Feels needlessly cruel that they're not here right now.
Like most cruelty is needless.
That is what makes it cruelty, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Well fucking put.
Sorry, Lars.
Let us begin. And he flies down, not quite touching the ground, and here this kind of outcropping. It's about maybe 15 feet at its full extent, and it's only about 25, 30 feet to the edge before it like pulls back into the lip, and another broken wall kind of ends on one side, and the other just plummets off into darkness.
All right, Essek's going to stay next to Ashton.
All right.
After seeing what you did. Like,
I would prefer to have somebody get in the way if something comes at me quickly.
I'm very good at that.
I know that
Have
makes
you
it
been this far
worse.
Yes.
Yeah, it's worse.
Yeah,
Yes, because it's
right?
not
It's not a
a
constant.
furnace or something.
Yeah. It's just the pipes.
What's that pinging noise is way better. Yeah.
So, I've been a bit further down this hall, but the hall has been sealed at the end. Last time we were here, this was about as far as we got. There should be one more chamber up here where we found a notebook at the time that made mention of the thalamus, which is why I thought of this chamber as what might at least allude to or give us information pointing to what the Vanguard is doing. The fact that we saw a abandoned, if recently used, Vanguard waypoint at the entrance of here says that we're probably on the right trail for now.
So this one right here on the right?
No.
No, the
at end
one,
of
the
hall.
third?
So we can skip these rooms and move down towards the end
Yeah,
of the
because
hallway.
Essek's been here before. Probably picked clean. Yeah, I sent Pate ahead. Essek, that notebook you found, was it in a new notebook or an old one? Mentioning the cult.
This was remnants of old papers that were recovered from elements of these research chambers. Some of them had been already ransacked, so we only had shreds to go off of, and translating was its own challenge outside of magic to aid our eyesight. But this region here beneath Genesis Ward, it seems to be central to a lot of the magical research and technology that was being developed within the city, which also makes sense as to why it's been such a focus of the Assembly's excavation and flag planting, if you will.
So these notes about Thalamus, they're ancient notes.
Yes.
So you're saying this potential cult he was with could be as old as the prime of this city?
I don't know what the thalamus means other than
Thalamus, it doesn't necessarily mean cult.
Of. Not a cult. Of.
A cultus.
But if it's so old.
could very well be. The thalamus was referred to as being part of this subterranean region. But once again, we were also careful to not touch everything we found.
Did your note say anything about Dominox?
No,
Have you heard of anything like that?
I have not.
That's what they said took up residence here? That's why Ludinus came here in the first place. There was a creature or something that got unleashed, had taken up residence, and it was killing off the vanguard.
How far in here have you got before?
I'll show you the sealed door, or at least where it might have been.
But this is the deepest you've ever gone in?
Yeah.
Is up ahead of us?
Well, level 9 is the deepest in.
There are floors beneath this, but
on this floor, this is just a little bit further.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Doorway at the end of the hall.
I'll let you know when we've reached the point. I have not transgressed.
You came in here with just one other person?
Must have been one hell of another person.
Dangerous.
You're not wrong. But even we have our limitations, and everything here is dangerous in its own right. To even get to this point, we expended so many resources that we had to decide to return at another time. And when we were ready to delve further, by then the Empire had already taken the entirety of the space. It wasn't safe to get close.
Wow.
The Assembly has a tangled history with my partner and I, and
I'll bite. Who is this guy? A woman or...
Oh, he's a man. A very powerful practitioner of the magical arts. He is also, well, he teaches on occasion.
Insight check.
His name is Bren, and he is, very intelligent. I think he might have been the one to bring you here if he wasn't otherwise occupied. But nevertheless. I'm sorry, my anxiety shows there's something about... I dislike not knowing what's coming, especially given the stakes and what we do not know. There are a few things I hate more than not knowing.
Don't worry, Seth. We got your back.
So far, so good.
Like people who have explored it and gone through.
Yeah,
or
this was
sort of
like a fresher metal. Like this was set here to keep it up, or the place was damaged to allow progress, and then was braced as part of that to continue to leave it open.
Was this here last time you were here?
This was not. This, in particular, was a very strong magical ward that had kept us at bay with what we had left. So,
Who's adding these? Who puts these here?
well, this would be the Assembly, I'm sure. Or at least the Vanguard, whoever these allies are.
Chet, you want to check for traps? This is making me itch.
Sure.
All right, I conveyed this to the others. 2 doors, just shut. Maybe now's the time to check for traps.
I can do another check.
If we want to go in, or we just keep going straight.
Wait, Essek, have you been in these ones?
He hasn't gone past that.
We've reached my
Your
point
point,
of
okay.
mystery.
Right here?
Well, points to the brace.
Wow, we are. There's not a lot of people who've been this far down in the last 100 so years. Feels good.
It's exciting.
He points down to the numerous steps that push through the, the rock. Correct. We are probably among the 50 or so.
That's very fucking impressive.
I'm
You're
not
not
kidding.
There we go.
Fucking moon.
Let's go.
Top 50.
It's,
Are we popping
Kinda
in
think
these
we should
doors,
just-
or just keep going?
Ancient corpses on the floor.
Maybe this is like
Can
whenever they
Essek
go to
make
get
anything
boba.
of the glyph on the stone?
Yes, it comes in just the chamber and looks at it. Yes, this is for locking it from the inside. If you were to place your hand upon this glyph, it would put an arcane lock on the door that would only be able to be closed, opened by the individual that had set it from the opposite side. So this was for locking the interior, and glancing around within here, this was an experimentation room of some kind. And he dips down and starts looking at the implements around here. This was an enchantment room. And a lot of these here are used for holding magical essences, sometimes within various schools of arcana. Here, and he kind of puts into the part of the rubble here and pulls up carefully, brushing off what looks to be a sword blank, like a short sword blank. Because you can see there the beginnings of runic carvings in here. It looks like this might have been an extension of an experimental armory, or it might have even just been a production house for the Aeorian military. I'm not certain.
That's a short sword blade without hilt?
Correct, yeah. It's a blank, and it looks like it's partially carved.
Yeah.
Kind of takes it and kind of looks it over. It's not magical. It looks like they began the process of preparing it for enchantment, and it was discarded. And he kind of sets it on the ground.
Clearly they got busy.
We should keep.
You see two of them that are much more armored than others. The skeleton lies almost barely hanging inside a breastplate with ornate scrolling across it, and what looks like a tattered cloak that's mostly buried over these dark chains that kind of knot over it. That's kind of gloating in the middle of the chamber, taking this all in and going, "This is extremely upsetting, and I'm only wish maybe perchance we hadn't come here." What?
Does Pate look like, you said he's on the ground, dormant now?
Yeah.
Does he look like he got got by a chain?
There's no signs of any puncture, no chain. It's like whatever enchantment held him in place was ended.
I want to get out of this room.
Inside the room, how many different doorways or how many different rooms are there?
Out from
Three out,
right?
Yeah, there's 3 ways out of here.
Left, right, and center.
Essek kind of reaches into a bag and pulls out what looks like a brass bracelet with what looks to be a finger bone laid in the center of it. And he kind of holds it for a second. If we're looking for information, this might be of help to us. Is there any particular corpse here that we think might be useful?
Maybe one of the more armored ones.
Or the
Could be
first
higher
one?
ups.
You want one still in the can, or do you want one that still hasn't lost its expiration date?
I guess older would be better than fresher, right?
Yeah, right.
Either's useful, really. It depends on what information we're looking for.
I think whatever is the most decorated looking one probably has the most information.
Or that has Cerberus affiliation by dress?
Looking around, there are the ancient bodies that are well dressed and seem to hold station within likely the time of Aeor, or there are the more fresh vanguard figures.
Fresh won't know what this is.
No,
They'll just
yeah.
know what happened and some stuff about our current situation. The older ones will know what this is.
No,
but
the
nothing
older
about
ones,
it.
this is
Older
taking up
ones.
residence
New.
after this
Yes,
went
that's
down.
a more
All right.
recent.
That's what they said.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, newer.
Newer for sure.
Go.
Pick one.
What did you say there were ones
Well,
with
there was
armor
one with
on
a
them?
breastplate.
Well, the bodies that
Were
you
those ancient?
those are the ancient ones.
Those are the
Oh,
ancient
okay,
ones?
okay.
Correct. Yeah, that was the skeletal ones
No,
inside.
we're looking for
armor.
fresh.
What's the easiest? Do we want a grinner or do we not want a grinner?
Non-grinner.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
maybe their brain wasn't taken over.
Yeah.
I'm. How close is the closest one hanging from the ceiling? I'm not going in yet. No.
Essek, just take this non-smiley guy closest to us.
Does anybody else want to do this?
What is it? Is it speak with the dead?
It is a charm that allows twice per day the ability to speak with those who have passed. It was given to me by a friend, and to be perfectly honest, it kind of creeps me out, especially in these circumstances.
You can fly up to it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll float up in front of it.
The eyes peek up towards you and through you, bloodshot beneath, and you can see the blood trickling from the nose and the mouth as it looks up, the tongue kind of lolling, and then its slack jaw as it glares at you.
as it kind of like glides back about a foot and starts just like looking at all sides of the room, kind of following in your scent, and has his hands up ready to cast whatever's needed. The pact begins.
Oh, that's right. It came with a thing.
What do you require?
Do you remember what the pact was?
As it goes,
Someone would someone like to explain what the hell is going on, literally?
She has a pact.
It's a pact. It's just, I don't really understand it, but we'll figure it out. He can help us out.
This is a
Tavon,
friend
this
of
is
yours.
Essek.
This is-
Essek, Tavon.
Fearne collects a lot of pets and boyfriends.
Tavon.
Dorian, Tavon.
the literal devil creature kind of looks to each of you and gives a nod to Essek, looks back to you. Kind of holds the blade strong under his grip. I do not know where we are.
Essek, fill him in.
Hello, Essek, strange companion to these strangers. Yes, ancient city of Aor. Majocracy destroyed during the calamity. You see many of the ancient bodies here from those individuals, and these on the hooks are fresher. Where do I go from there? And kind of like floats back a little bit, like a little overwhelmed, and kind of looking over towards, still like looking at you like, what the fuck did you just do?
Okay, that's my eyes now.
This is a frying pan into frying pan circumstance, perhaps, but...
Double you know.
There's a chance he could be working with a member of the Cerberus Assembly. There's a chance that Ludinus could have unlocked an ancient prison. Maybe he was up on the moon and released and brought him down as a diversion or a distraction. There's any number of things. But if we can find this Dominox, we can find Ludinus. And if we find Ludinus, we can try to stop what's happening on that moon of destruction.
Well, remember, Ludinus came here to deal with Dominox.
Yeah.
He's killing all the Vanguard. Not to throw a little wrenchy wrench into this plan, because I love this plan, but right now Dominox is distracting Ludinus.
We think.
We think.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
but our,
weakening Ludinus, potentially.
right.
We think.
Our goal here was to try and thwart Ludinus in some way. So how can we maybe use Dominox to our advantage?
The grand demon that
I'm
hasn't been
just
around
saying if
since the calamity. We're gonna use him.
I'm not saying we're going to use. I'm just saying, can we?
I
I'm pretty good at
understand.
making
I'm with
friends.
you.
You get what I'm trying to lay down.
Can we
right?
throw
Yeah, I
Ludinus
think so.
under the demonic bus before getting the fuck out?
I just don't know if killing Dominox is maybe the way right now.
Well, let's just get into these rooms and see what the fuck's happening.
One step at a time.
I love making friends.
Do we know which room to go into? What?
Mention something about an engine room.
Orm just looks around this room and it's like sci-fi, ancient future city, Dunamancy wizard, devil prince, bells hells, and it's just under his breath. It's like metal.
I'll go over here.
Okay.
I'm sure I'll catch the whammy, but
You're wise.
It's a bad idea. Shit.
So I'm not even taking
Am I
temporary
not
hit
getting-
points as well.
Actually, I was going to say,
wise, though? I don't know.
advantage on my
I
attack
consider
roll
my stuff
is
quite experienced, yes.
Maybe
my
Essek instead.
Essek instead of...
Essek?
Yeah.
Doesn't we have high wisdom or?
I don't know.
Good enough.
We're not getting...
But if he gets taken over,
So, who's feeling inspired?
if he gets taken over, he could fuck us up.
Yeah.
Hey,
So maybe, okay.
yeah.
Well, this thing is
True,
also
true,
attracted
true,
to
true.
magic, it seems like, so maybe it is better.
Yeah.
Covering
1, 2, 3, 4.
What do you
Do the
think?
thoughts feel people or does it feel demon?
From what you glean, the emotional context of it, though different than anybody you travel with, definitely feels more human-like. As Essek in the back of the chamber is like, are we certain we want to go poking through every doorway here?
Does it feel, can I ask one more question?
Yes.
But you said in your youth, so did it change as you've gotten...
There's danger all around us. We should press on.
Essek kind of like scoots into the side.
Oh, that's right. He's still here.
Just like
I do not mean to intrude, but you've apparently acquired a rather large ally, enemy. Do we smite them? What is the plan here? I'm very confused.
I think he's with us. He's trying to keep his god from being struck down, which is in the same value line that we shared with FCG and what we're doing. So until he proves himself an enemy.
Tevin steps forward, kind of pushing past Essek with his massive, devilish hand. Steps forward. Essek, kind of still floating in the back of the chamber, goes,
All right, well, you may want to see this.
Oh, God.
What'd you find?
and you see he points his finger over from beneath his fur coat towards the walls of the chamber outside of that other brass door, and there are these foot-wide black, they look like windows, like portholes almost, and he just kind of drifts leaning towards it.
Oh, is there any writing around the...
No writing around them, but they are open.
Fearne goes to start to track alongside her.
All right, Essek kind of gulps. I don't know why I agreed to come with you. Kind of glides down the steps as well.
Is this a high ceiling chamber as well?
It is quite a high ceiling. It's about 50 feet high.
Essek, maybe you could do that hovering shit a little bit of, a little higher and give us a little multi-tiered approach.
Well, this isn't a fly enchantment. This is just a hovering
I don't need the
cantrip.
explanation. It's cool.
Should I need to, I will find myself higher in the air. But for now, I do not wish to waste spell slots.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Oh, well.
Fly? And I click my heels together like Dorothy, and up I go.
Yes, baby!
The blue boy's a show-off, isn't he?
Oh, yes.
I respect that.
Closer there, it's kind of just dragging everyone there, and then Essek. Oh, hell yeah, he rolled a 22. He manages to float out of the way, and the chains kind of wrap around the guy, and he's like, nope, 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 and just kind of glides up a bit. I will not be having this. It bursts out from inside, and you watch as the four spires break and go flying, splintered in different directions. The platform itself seems to crumble and crack to the ground. Wow. The soul anchor gets jettisoned through the air into that far corner.
Oh. Oh, nice. No. Oh.
We won?
Okay. We did
Over
it.
by Essek, who's like, oh goodness! Essek is going to stand there, see this happening, go, I certainly hope you know what you're doing. Kind of thinking it's going to strafe off, kind of floating off this direction, off to the side of this chamber, kind of above the nearby kind of ceiling glyph, and it's going to pull its arms around. I don't want to waste the powerful stuff yet. And it's going to go ahead and pull the energy in where it begins to coalesce and crackle with purple-black energy, and releases a 6th level lightning bolt right across the chamber through Dominox. Natural 5 fails. No, it's going to save that legendary resistance. So it takes full damage on that.
Oh, no.
Which is going to be... Ooh. Ooh. Not bad. 38 points of lightning damage. Halved, because it has resistance to lightning. So still 19 points of lightning damage. As it kind of strikes through and gets absorbed, as it's like, right, demon. The anxiety gets to you. That's going to finish his go. That brings us to Ashton, finishing Chetney's go. Essek, who is now nervously looking over at Ludinus, goes,
hello. It's been a while.
Looks back at Fearne and goes, and it's going to glide over here next to you, Orem, and over top of you is going to go ahead and cast.
Look up, Orem, look up.
You just see above your head. Is actually going to float past you over here, and it's going to go ahead and cast Gravity Fissure forward. And it's going to cast it at 7th level.
Yes.
Wait, can he? No, he can't. He already used the spell slots for the day and teleport stuff. So it'll be 6th level. Sorry.
Okay.
That's okay. But it's going to pull it in and unleash it. As he does, you watch the metal device that once held up the floating portion of the soul anchor, the metal like fold in and crack, like it's all just being dragged in this line that drags across, hits where the gate is, and then pierces into the abyss where Dominox is. As it does, Dominox gets pulled down onto its knees, and you see its body get like crushed in a little bit. Dominox is going to make a saving throw. Natural 20. It does save, so it takes half damage, but still sitting at a hefty. That's a good damage roll. That's 21. Not bad. 39 damage reduced to, I'll say 20. So that undoes the healing from earlier and a little more. Dominox is looking really rough. And Essek's like, what are we doing? What's the plan? Are we taking this out? Ashton, you're up with Imogen on deck. As you all... kind of bruised, a bit lost and concerned, feeling the tension in the air as nothing but the sound of your footsteps echo down this long metallic hallway. Tevin just follows along, curious, enjoying the ride to its end since he was summoned as part of this pact. Essek, nervously in the back. If we're not going too far in, I can get us out if need be. Just let me know. I'm ready.
Let's all stay close, nearby one another, in case we need to move fast.
Very well. And he just adjusts his cape and his mantle, and the stoic expression takes over as he glides along with you.
You're here.
She's going to take me.
Essek glances to you and it's like his hands are glowing and he's like at the ready. He's like, what do we do? Is this an issue?
If we have to knock her unconscious, we will, but she can pull through this.
That finishing that go, now it's Essek's turn. Essek, seeing the throes of combat here, goes, well, I will follow your lead, but don't want to hurt your friend. But I certainly don't trust that. And he's going to go ahead and cast... He's going to cast Hold Monster.
Ooh.
Monster, it's a bitch.
That she has advantage in the save.
Does anybody have?
Okay, that is going to be 20. That's enough. Low rolls, but still rolled 20 high enough. So the spell dissipates, no effect. And Essek's like, scheiße. And floats
It's not
back
an attack
this
spell,
way.
is it? It's not. That spell isn't an attack roll, is it? It's a save.
It's a save.
Okay,
However, he does still have to roll in the wild table. With a 5, he's fine.
Yeah.
All right, it's like, I'll follow your lead. If we need to take her down, let me know. And he's going to keep his hands out as he glides backward.
Just unconscious.
Just unconscious, understood. All right, that finishes your go?
Yeah.
Essek's going to go ahead and take his turn.
Essek, help me!
Where did that come from?
Look at me!
Who's yelling?
Do you ask for his help?
I
No.
didn't put Essek.
I was joking.
Okay.
I mean, I'll take it just to see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, you yell for his help as well.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Like the specter is whooshing around him and he's like trying to fend it off and like putting these like arcane sigils in the air to try and protect it. Hears that and goes, I'm coming. Glides off this direction about 30 feet till he can kind of just see you off to that side. Actually,
I like to imagine that his feet under his robe go.
yeah.
They just like flipper. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure he can actually come a little closer. He's going to scoot around this way because he thinks that's within range. The Spectre is going to take one attack against him, which does hit. So the Spectre is going to deal, or Essek takes, it's going to be 13 points of necrotic damage. Ooh. And his maximum hit points may or may not be... That's bad. Yeah, his maximum hit points is reduced by 13.
Oh.
He did heal during the short rest, right?
A little bit.
Okay.
He's like, runs by, and is going to go ahead and cast Haste on you. Okay. So you are hasted over here.
Beautiful.
I believe it's a. Checking.
Jeez, did that give me double my?
Oh, it's a 30-foot range. So.
It'll be 160.
He can get just about there. Which puts him a little closer to the fray, but that'll 5, 10, 15, 25. That'll just get you with haste. So.
Oh, man.
Just hits you with haste, and it's like, make it worth my while.
Incredible.
Decide.
Use this selfishly.
To roll. He does roll a 17 for casting a 3rd level spell.
Oh no.
Oh, wow.
Somebody roll a D100 for me, please.
I got you.
Essek finally broke open the wild.
D100.
I know.
Seal?
Fuck. 71.
Turn blue.
No.
71.
Iron.
Say white
No,
dragon.
is he a
Say
sheep?
white dragon.
Is he a sheep? What is he?
He's like, make it worth my while. And
Oh my
there's
God, if he's a fish.
tiny little goat. Just goes, shoot. And it's like cursing at you in goat from across the way.
Wait, question. Is the goat floating?
It is. Yes! Because it's fun.
Absolutely magnificent.
That's going to finish his turn, but you are indeed hasted.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, that's it. Right in there.
By the way, Essek is no longer a sheep because his sheep form got just necrotic burst.
Oh, they go
Yay! He's back.
He's like, ah!
Something bad.
Finishing missions go. It's Essek who is now freshly transformed. Looks and is like looking around, taking in the scope of this. I've been saving something in case we have to get away. I believe maybe this is the time to use it.
Wait, we can't leave her.
No, we're not leaving her.
We're gonna get her.
No, he's using the high level is what he's gonna do, and she just wasted her
He's
counterspell.
like, do I get us out of here, or do I go all in
You go
against
all
her?
in. You go all in, Essek.
Leave him.
Oh, no. A little one.
She's already burned her reaction. She would have to use a legendary action to.
Which she could.
'cause-
Hey,
He goes-
Essek, get out of 60 feet range.
He kind of drifts back here.
Yeah.
Drift over here. He's like, I can't yet. He's gonna drift.
Mother, how do you want to do that?
Like the green.
Closes his eyes, and you see, like, in the middle of his hand, pulls this small bead of, like, dark energy, and blows it forward, and it drifts over at the soft arc, lands through the air about 60 feet here. He goes, 60 feet over about there, right towards where Laudna and Delilah is, and as it lands, the ground around Delilah it cracks open as space between dimensions and realities are suddenly torn apart. As he casts Reality Break.
Reality break.
I mean, I'm already there. Let's go.
Reality.
She's gonna make a wisdom
Reality
We're getting our ass kicked in reality.
wisdom saving throw. Fails with a 2, but it's gonna go ahead and use legendary resistance to make it.
And she, how does it, never mind.
Thinner blood.
How many legendary resistances do they get in each, like, is it 3 in the whole fight or 3 each?
3.
No, 3 per
in the whole
round?
fight.
3 for the,
3 in the whole fight.
you didn't know.
I'm behind a wall.
3 for the whole fight?
I believe so.
That'd be
We're down
crazy if it
2.
was every round. You wouldn't be able to do anything.
I'm pretty sure.
To them.
I'm deciding it's true.
Yeah, that feels
We're
like
having
that
a
would make
reality
more
break.
sense.
It's true.
So yeah, she saves against it. He's like,
Damn it!
I would see if the effect would like continue, but the initial save trunks it, unfortunately. He's like, well, there goes.
She's really,
That's
You jinxed it.
there goes my my 9th level. So he's gonna drift 10 feet back this way. Just start like.
Yeah, yeah.
He'd be
segue
safer
out.
as a goat.
Yeah.
Brace.
I'm just gonna look over
You're
at
up.
Essek and
With Chetney on
like,
deck.
Do I need to heal that guy, or should
do you know how to bind something to it? Do you learn that with Identify?
No, but you learn that with practition of powerful magics.
We only had a guy.
Yeah, we got a guy in the back who was once a
stories-
goat.
As Essek's like cleaning off his gloves.
Yeah.
Essek, come here. Please.
Of course, sorry, I'm shaking off some bad habits.
How dare you?
Wow. Was it the
Wow.
transformation that made your 9th level spell not hit?
I would prefer us not to mention that again in the future. It is extremely impressive when it works. Please, believe you me.
Sure, it would have been really cool. In the
Look,
moment.
that
It's
little
okay.
that little tiny rock looked like it was going to do a lot.
Soul Anchor is extremely rare.
They require quite amount of powerful magic and infusing of particular enchantments over time. Yes, the materials are expensive, and the depending on the nature of what is being bound, the magics required to do so are extremely well protected.
How fast can you bind something once you have that ability?
I mean, it requires a lengthy ritual, but it can be done depending on what you infer.
What if we?
So clever.
I just, we have a lutenist.
Right. Does it have limitations?
Generally, the soul anchors require you to specifically bind it to an entity that is in proximity
I was
over a period of time.
I was thinking of our other problem.
Oh, well, I think it.
Same.
What are you guys talking about?
I was thinking this might be a solution to our unwanted guest.
We could separate them
Yeah.
long enough. I don't know how we do that.
Wait.
How long is long?
We leave her here until we figure it out.
Like a minute? An hour?
I'd have to do some research. I have not done these bindings before, but I can find the information for it.
This might be something that can
We tempt her out and suck her in.
yeah. Honestly, we could even put her through the funnel afterwards.
Is she not destroyed?
Hilarious.
No.
She is just hard to kill.
Does this person inside you give you power?
Mm-hmm.
Don't you need power?
She is powerful. She's plenty powerful.
Without the thing inside her?
Yeah.
Yes.
You
Why can
sure
we not
about
just
that?
excise and banish the creature then?
Say again?
Why don't what?
Why can we not just excise and banish, destroy the creature?
We tried it. We tried it.
We tried even killing her on her own.
She's very smart. She's very clever, and she does not want to go.
He takes the soul anchor crystal and kind of looks it over. Now, there are certain enchantments that bind and harness power. This is not a common soul anchor. This is something... This is Aeorian development.
If you tell us we could have used it in that fight,
No, but perhaps the ritual can be prepared, and these signatures, these runes, can be altered to where it is bound and still useful.
You could use them together.
Do you know how to do it?
She could keep her powers.
I could try. I need to get back to my laboratory, though.
Yeah.
Is our business here complete?
I think so.
I'm pretty sure. Although, I'm tired.
How do you feel about camping here for the night? Because coming here was difficult.
Correct. Leaving here isn't too bad, and actually, and you watch, he pulls out his book. It's the getting here that's the challenge. It's leaving within specifically bound magics is not as difficult. And I have something my partner has shown me. He pulls out a piece of chalk and begins to draw a circle on the ground. carving a series of runes and small shapes around. Does this one like massive sweep that looks like this extremely elegant filigreed S, and pulls back the symbol. When I finish the circle, it will glow for a short time. Step through rapidly, and in advance know that I was not expecting company and have not had time to clean up.
We're gonna
Yeah,
judge
let
you,
me-
Essek. We're gonna judge you so hard.
Give me a second just to put myself together.
To safer places, then?
Well, it's been wonderful fighting with you all. I wish you good luck on your journey.
What the fuck are you talking about? A journey where?
Aren't you gonna kill lewdness, or I mean,
Where do you think you're going?
if this be your will? All right. Oh shit, they're gone.
You look back, and the circle is like glowing, and Essek's like, you have to come right now. Hurry! Get in!
What do we see in Essek's house? Oh, dude, I mean.
So, you arrive. Actually, you know what would be best, Liam, if you wouldn't mind describing the interior of the abode that Caleb and Essek share.
Why is it so messy in here?
So this is the, I don't trust anybody whose house is a mess. This is the house that they live in?
Correct.
In
wherever their shared laboratory would be, because he has not returned to his home laboratory. He has not returned to the dynasty in a long time.
Oh boy. Well, in Rexentrum, I would think that Essek's partner and he have a not well-crafted but not ostentatious home, not small as the home that Bran grew up in, but again, not big and flashy. Simple, enough room to have guests when needed. Not too far from the school that shaped Bren into Caleb, and where Caleb teaches from time to time. And there is also in their laboratory in the back a dedicated corner of the room that leads into the tower. It's right next to the sex room.
Horrible.
Every room is the sex room. Speaking of spatter.
Yeah, and do not blacklight this house.
Nope.
Symbol of Asmodeus.
Where did that magical bead manifest from?
God.
It is very Zemnian, but there are artifacts and mementos all about the house from their travels together and of their friends that they share. Lots of memories, lots and lots of memories, and it is a mess.
Yeah, stepping into this chamber, it is cluttered. There are books pressed in haphazard piles, some kind of lazily open, some that are like left down, their spine open, which Essek rushes over and like sets it straight. But it is welcoming. It is homey. There are smells of like a lingering scent of herbs that are drying on one wall for various magical material component uses. There's also smells of sulfur and other like burned chemicals that are just kind of set into the stone around you and the wood around you to the point where it's just kind of always present a little bit. And small and cramped and as cluttered as it may be, it is welcoming. As you all kind of step through, Essek immediately, please, once more, I'm extremely embarrassed. Out of here, please, where it's more comfortable. There are seats upstairs in a study. I will make some tea, and then I will get to researching this. Looks back to you.
Just kind of avert my gaze as I'm
Lodna, right?
very embarrassed.
Lodna,
Mm-hmm.
are you all right?
No.
Good. Acknowledging these traumas is important, and sometimes you're uncertain what you're capable of. until the worst people take advantage of you. I've been around long enough to see this happen to people who I care about. Before I met them, and after. Try and do your best not to blame yourself. And if this is something we can do, and I will try, no promises, let this be the beginning of a new path to recovery.
I'd like that very much.
Good. Hold on to that.
You said that it would almost reverse our roles, that I could... She would be my puppet.
If I can alter the enchantment enough, I don't see why I couldn't try, yes? How bound to her are you? Do you need her to survive?
I guess not. But I am scared of what I might lose. Especially with the oncoming battle ahead.
Well, let's see what we can do if you can make her your puppet instead. He clasps his hands over yours and kind of holds your eye contact. All right. Get her some tea.
Yeah.
There might be some stale cookies in the kitchen. You are welcome to them. I don't know. You said she's still with you, yes?
I can feel her. Faint.
Do you know how long till she'll be back?
I think that depends on me.
Then we need to hurry. Talk amongst yourselves. And he goes and takes his heavy coat off and puts it on the rack, and you can see he gets a more comfortable robe and throws it over, kind of throws a scarf over his shoulder that he kind of smells for a second, and then just goes down into the laboratory himself.
In
That's just
addition
how it
to dicks on the wall that Laura created, is there any portraits or anything on these walls anywhere?
Yeah, you can see there's a couple that are beautiful landscapes, like the Zemnian countryside. You can see just like the rolling hills of, Pride Hills, and just the glass or the grass fields blowing in the wind. In the distance, you can see rivers pouring across, and kind of the far off kind of shadowed shape of Rexon Trim before it reaches the mountain range beyond. You see another one that's a beautiful vision of a little farmhouse. It's just very simple. Just this nice little farmhouse. It seems kind of fuzzy, like it's almost like a painted memory. You see, what else would we see in there, you think?
I think there would be gesture sketches. There would probably also be portraits. I'm just seeing if I can finally link Widowgast and Lionette to Essek.
I feel like
there
would
would
have
be
painted
drawings
them
and
up.
etchings of the Nine and...
Okay, to that point, in sitting here for a bit, preparing tea and resting, kind of looking around the house, you do eventually see one portrait that is kept not out in front, but kind of when you go and check in on Essek in the laboratory. You didn't see it at first as you were kind of just making your way in, but you can see on the stone wall to the side, there is a soft portrait of the two of them. You see the shorter hair in this image, but the same Essek who went to and from Aor with you. And you see him kind of like sitting with his hand on his shoulder, and on his hand behind him, kind of resting on the shoulder, a familiar, well-kept visage of the Caleb Widowgast that you had encountered not that long ago when the Malleus Key first punched through to the Moon of Ill-Omen.
We know him.
What is that? I'm sorry, I'm in the middle.
This man.
Oh, that is my partner.
We know him.
You know him? How? When? What?
At the key.
Yeah, at the Malleus Key. And he had a friend with him, Bo?
Beauregard, yes. We're quite familiar.
She's very attractive.
Oh, you
Very
know her as well?
Yes.
Okay, does she come over also? I'm just kidding.
On occasion.
Sorry.
Yeah, no,
On
she
occasion-
and her
oh.
wife have visited on a number of times, yes.
Oh.
Okay. Are you in touch? Are they all right?
As far as I can tell, we've been keeping in contact as much as we can. They're off on a particular mission.
Good, I'm glad. How recently?
About a week ago.
Okay.
He checks in. But also has to conserve his time and ability.
Wow.
He's endured a lot. He can endure far more. Nevertheless, I found the tome I was looking for. I need to begin preparing a ritual. Are there any of you who are somewhat inclined with knowledge of the Arcanum?
I'm gonna go pick some green beans.
I'm gonna lie here and hope someone brings me a bottle of something alcoholic.
When it comes to blood, I'm your gnome.
Please,
I know
nothing
a
with blood.
little.
I mean, yes,
I can certainly help someone know more.
I could probably help you.
Oh, yeah?
Well, So you say this entity is bound to you, right? Bound into your flesh and blood?
Yes.
And you are one of blood magic. Hemocraft. Interesting.
Do you have blood?
Yes.
And you have some knowledge of...
She's very thick.
It sounds like the, sorry, what was your name?
Oh, my name is Fearne.
Fearne.
Oh, wow. Do you know our
And-
names?
Essek, right?
That is correct, yes.
That was a interesting trick, turning into a goat and then throwing a bead that did nothing. Are you a mage of some sort?
He is going to...
I'm so excited.
Could you have more of those?
He's going to say, I'm just a hobbyist, and tap your shoulder.
Uh-oh.
And he goes back to his book. I would like
Oh,
your
no.
help. Your help, obviously. Your help, maybe.
I want to help.
Yes, all right.
Ooh, carrots too.
You try and move, and your armor won't move from its point in space.
Come on. Why are you standing there?
Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, it hurts to laugh. Oh, it hurts to laugh so much. Oh.
Just wait here.
What can we do? What can we do?
You want a carrot?
Here, as you all begin to follow Essek back into the laboratory where you arrived, you see him now, number of books even further scattered amongst the laboratory interior, but you see he's taken some time to organize some of the stacks into more solid towers. Has a number of strange instruments kind of laid out across one of the tables, and runs over quickly to start kind of sketching out a larger runic circle than the teleportation one that brought you all here in the first place. Kind of in the quiet as you all stand there, as it begins the initial process, you all kind of can look and talk amongst yourselves.
Essek, Laudna is a really unique woman. Do you think that there's a way forward here that will keep her with us?
That is what I'm trying to do. And you tell me, it is a risk, like all great and experimental magics are. If this Delilah is indeed a tether that keeps you here, then this ritual would keep you two tethered, but she would be bound within this anchor. Likely at your disposal.
I do love the sound of that.
In failure, the anchor becomes useless and she likely returns at her leisure, vengeful. If we fail entirely, there is always a chance that it does sever your tie, and both of you will be lost. So, knowing the risks involved, is it something you are still wishing to do?
Needs to be done.
Very well.
Oddly, I hope for either the best case or the worst case, because the middle option of her returning, well, that is the worst case.
Well then, let us do our best. He begins like hastily scribbling and like expanding this, looking over to a book for reference, and then trying to copy, and then erasing one of the serious kind of scrawled runes, and then redoing it with more care.
Just so we're clear, the options are you can separate and she comes back, or you both die?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if they separate, they both die. What we're trying to do is find a way that they remain together, but...
You have control?
She's a, no more than a source of power for you. Well, first, I must prepare the soul anchor. I would like aid from anyone here who has some experience with runic magics, arcane scripts.
Yeah, I've got like a natural vibe for it.
A vibe?
Yeah. I work with blood mostly, but I also just have I got a nose for this stuff.
To be honest, with your particular interest in blood magic, I might more recall you for the next step.
No.
Since once the preparation of the anchor is complete, we will need to embed it within Laudna.
Ooh! That's a check!
Yeah.
Surgery!
I have some religious training, if that would help, or are you talking about magic stuff?
This is specifically arcana-based magic. So,
I don't know
I
if
guess
any
pray.
I got zero zilches.
I have a
negative.
I have a little.
I'm gonna go scrub in.
Yes, please.
Texts.
But I'm not that well versed. I can read primordial. It depends on what the texts are in.
Yeah, we can both try.
All right, then the two of you come with me.
Okay.
And
I'm going to inspire you.
Oh, I feel so inspired.
As you walk with Essek, he glides over to one of the laboratory tables, and sets the purple stone in the center of it. Flicks his wrist like this, and you watch the instruments kind of glide up in the air and then hold in place at different sections and just kind of float there. He takes one from the air and begins to kind of like magically chisel into it and change some of the runic elements of it. He pulls out a tome here and says, are either of you decent with copying text?
I've got beautiful handwriting.
I've got 3
I'll go with you on this one.
I'll take this one.
Kind of preps
but I'm
a few.
an artist, so yes, I'm beautiful.
Preps a few paths along the facets of this crystal, and then hands you this instrument. And it's this elongated brass instrument with a coil around it, and you can see it has its own kind of runic text among it. And as you hold it, it feels warm to your fingers within but a few moments, and at the edge you can see there's this kind of spectral chisel that almost seems to shift with your imagination.
Ooh, cool.
Wow.
Moving the book up, he goes, I will give you the order of these runes and where to place them. I need you to be as precise as you can with their inscription.
I'm going to just stand behind you and just encourage you and tell you when you're doing it wrong.
Oh, great. Just like my dad.
So you watch, as you place it down, you can see as Essek is both guiding this, Essek is also funneling magic from one of these other instruments into the back of this. And as it does, you can see that little spectral chisel at the end begins to become solid. where you kind of place it, almost like glides into the stone itself and carves through. So he's running a lot of things of this and letting you kind of just guide the intricacy of it so you can concentrate on the rest of it around you. And with your, how are you helping him? As the sweat beads down the sides of your face over the next 20-25 minutes.
With this?
Yes.
Okay.
Essek kind of gliding over and almost like a shadowed puppeteer and an odd reflection of how you've always imagined Delilah existing around Laudna, but this time it's a hopeful image. The sounds of the arcane device is kind of grinding through the stone, burning through the smell of what almost has like a wet metallic scent at times. Others it has like a soft sun ray on dust sort of a scent. As these things mingle through and the sounds happen, the rest of you kind of wait in quiet silence, the tension building, kind of whispering amongst yourselves and hoping this goes well. After nearly half an hour or so, the instruments go quiet, and you look down upon the stone in which the scrolling has been completed.
Did we... Is it...
It looks, to be perfectly honest, like very fine work.
Toy, that's great!
That's amazing.
You know, as a kid in all those penmanship classes, I was always like, why are we doing this? I'll never need this in the real world. And
This
here
is
we
the
are.
place. This is where it comes in handy. I felt the same about math.
All right,
We
so...
did it. We did it. We did it.
Well done. The first step of many is complete. Cheddar. Chetney.
Cheddars!
You had it.
Cheddars!
Blood nutter, such a serious ritual.
Blood nutter cheddars.
Blood under cheddars.
You are quite well versed in the gorier aspects of existence. This might be a bit intense.
I start taking off my clothes, getting down to my...
Wait, I don't...
Nobody asked for that.
Listen.
Do you work better
When
with
it
your
comes
clothes
down
on?
to blood, it's better to be in your prime element. I'm just getting down to my skivvies.
Essek kind of gestures over to the far wall, and a bunch of books kind of fall off as a kind of rolling table that kind of is acting as a temporary gurney kind of shifts over to the center.
Yeah.
Laudna, are you still all right with this?
It has to be done. This can't happen again.
And I will ask you to lay here, please. All right, so, I am not a surgeon by any means, so I'll have to rely on your specialty of...
Dr. Cheddars.
Wait, you're the one he's doing the surgery? He's doing
Unless
the...
you have a better...
He's really good with fine work. I mean, we've seen his carvings, and
He's great at metal.
he's a master craftsman. I have to...
Steady hands.
That's right.
Do you need an assistant?
I don't know yet. If I start crying out in panic, that means I need help.
Okay.
Don't worry, you won't feel... You're gonna feel a lot.
Yeah, so off of that, am I gonna be conscious, awake this whole time?
We need you present for this ritual.
All right.
However, just a moment. And he starts going in through some of his, looks like a case of various alchemical compounds. This was gifted to me by a friend a while back. Blows all this dust off of it, and you opens it up, and there's just a bunch of vials and things put around there. You can see the little label on it that says Bernardo on the bottom.
No!
It just kind of goes through and pulls out a pouch and kind of like pulls out this mulch type material and says, the placement of this stone will have to be behind the sternum.
Right.
So, if you want to apply this around where the mark of decision would be, it should numb the space to pain.
I don't need it.
Gangster.
Very well. Puts it back and closes the case and slips it underneath the table.
I have dogs leap from my chest from time to time.
It's very high
Want a stick to bite on or anything?
I'll have a stick to bite on. Do you have a stick? Wooden spoon.
Reaches over and grabs what looks to be a wooden, like a heavy tome bookmark with a crook at the end that kind of holds onto the edge of the
the book itself. Here you are.
Okay.
The rest of you may wish to avert your eyes or not, but he goes and takes the same chalk he's been using and kind of like, moves aside a little bit of your outfit and marks right beneath where the sternum is to where the incision will be. I will be conducting a binding ritual of this to your essence as it is being placed within. Take care and wait for my signal for each point of its attachment.
Sure. Are we going above the xiphoid process and cracking the breastplate, or are we going under?
I do not think we need to break any bones to do this. I would prefer to go under.
Okay.
Well, you tell me what is best for you, I suppose.
I mean, does that thing open up a bunch? Like, have we seen a bunch of barn door action happen when you go crazy?
Yeah, you have.
That's what I was thinking.
It's more magical.
It might be more malleable than we think. We could just drop an elbow in there and get that thing.
Pretty brutal.
What can you show me?
I rip a dog from my chest, I guess.
Essek was like, "Watch out!"
See, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, I just gotta start screeching his little head.
He's a good boy.
And your chest just goes like afterwards. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think it's gonna be that big of a problem.
Can you keep that open?
Can I? Can I?
If you
Give it a try.
I mean, you are used to changing your physicality to terrify
again.
people.
That's true. Hold that son of a bitch.
All right. I lay down and I just take my finger and I kind of give myself almost like an autopsy cut.
Oh, fuck!
And
Give him the Y?
Give it the Y, and then kind of peel
Like the
back
rib-
a little bit. Ha!
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. I just
Ritual works.
just
Die
wipe
from
your lungs a
infection
little
3 weeks later.
bit. Wipe your heart.
Dab, don't wipe.
Oh, that's really
dab,
good.
don't wipe.
Okay.
Oh, God.
It's very slow.
You gotta dab it.
Gotta keep an eye on him though. He might carve RTA inside.
Yeah.
Or,
Wouldn't believe it.
Oh God.
I'm ready.
More sawdust.
As he begins like muttering the incantation under his breath, you see the tips of his fingers begin to glow. As he does, you can see from the instruments begin to weave almost like a silken thread of arcane energy that also begins to weave between his fingers. And he kind of winds it, spins it like a skein almost around his fingertips, just kind of focused on the crystal as he slowly hands it over to you. He just continues the incantation and gives you a nod. As you begin to bring it there, you see that one of the threads sticks to the crystal, and the crystal kind of glows ever so faintly, and the kind of thread just kind of faints in the air like this little hairline element of gossamer, unmoved by air or breath. He continues the incantation as you see the cracked open ribcage of Laudna there, waiting as the threads continue weaving through and the incantation continues. You watch as the arcane skein that Essek has crafted begins to tug and pull away, and as it does, it's almost like a cat's cradle. What you saw was a kind of a clustered series of threads pulls back into a woven network of intricate shapes and runes, like a geometric spider's web that pulls back, and as it tugs, you see the ribs begin to close up. A successful placement of the stone within. At that moment, as this is pressing forward, as it keeps muttering, and you can see he's not stopping the incantation, his eyes are going wide and looking around at the rest of you. The shadows beginning to swirl around, and you can see little bits of purple energy and flame like flicking around the side of her neck. So you watch as Essek is seeing you lean forward as you're concentrating, and you all watch as these sparks fling off. They emerge in kind of multitudes of odd colors, and then as they kind of shift to combine with whatever the shadow is, they shift into like a grayish mist with almost like silverish specks throughout, and begin to, in many ways, resemble some of the magic you've seen Essek control and manipulate since you went to Aor with him. And his eyes even go wide more and kind of briefly make eye contact with you with like a, we'll talk about this later, kind of head tilt. You can feel like Essek getting a little more nervous, but as he pulls the final thread closed on the binding of this soul anchor into her chest, and the final bit of the skein kind of drifts inside, he closes the book and says, "We're almost done. The incantation's complete. Now, I need to initiate the actual anchor." And he puts his hand over the area on the chest that's been closed. At which point, her back arches upward, and you can see, you're now in the middle of a fight. You're no longer present in the room. You withdraw back into shadow, and in this darkened space, you can see just the faintest flicker of blue flame and darkness around you. And you just float there in this cold space. Then out of nowhere, she reaches for you, and you see Delilah, her hands around your throat, and she's just strangling you. You just see Laudna, her back arching on this table, and Essek trying to hold his hand there as he kind of keeps his eyes closed and begins muttering a secondary incantation. How do you want to contribute? As she gets pulled silently into the shadow behind, Essek presses his hands down onto Laudna's chest, finishes the incantation. Her entire body from the inside begins to glow a vibrant purple glow, to the point where the ribcage itself is the only darkened spot. The rest of her flesh is now a light, like a lantern from the inside. Where her back is arched, her eyes and mouth fire out that same purple light, and that blackened shadow gets cast off like a torch to the darkness. As you pull your hands back, the light diminishes. Laudna's body relaxes, and Essek is pulled back and is kind of just floating in the air, looking down. His eyes scattered around, looking for any sign of success.
Oh. We should get some rest.
Yes.
I would like that very much as well.
Oh, yeah. I feel like shit.
Well, and he kind of glides down into this heavy leather chair that's creaky and well overused. Not every day you get to be part of such a moment.
Thank you, Essek.
Happy to have been of service. I still have a lot of service to make up for in this lifetime.
We should celebrate. Who knows what the aftermath is tomorrow from what happened earlier today? We're fucking exhausted. We're in a big city. We just scored a win for once. We should celebrate you.
Celebrate us.
Are you thinking a house party or a go out and get ready sort of thing, or?
What do you recommend, Essek?
Dorian's like, can I wear my shoes
How slutty are we getting? Just wondering how slutty.
Are you jealous because Laudna had her tits out?
Well, I suppose now is as good a time as any for a bender. Yes, well, as far as...
You can always sleep and then bender tomorrow.
No, I understand.
I'm talking a rager. I just mean commemorating the moment.
It's been a second since we've had a win.
I believe I have a few things that can work for the occasion.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and he kind of does this with his hands, and you watch a bunch of the books and scattered instruments go back to their places.
Wow.
Jealous.
That's intentional.
Yes, it was. A little bit of cleanup. Let's step out of a place quite as work and memory oriented. Follow me. And he puts his robe back on and glides up to the
Was he
main
naked
room.
this whole time?
No.
Him and Chet.
Grace, do you know how
The true arcana
to
needs to be
celebrate?
done.
Do celebrations happen in the hells?
In his enchanting suit.
Celebrations happen all the time in the hells. Yes, We know how to party.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Oh, good.
Yes.
I have some questions for you.
Sure.
Did you want to invite any of your friends over, like Abs? I'm just saying, like.
Abs?
Which one's abs?
Abs.
Which one is Abs?
Oh, that one. It's been a while.
I'm just saying, like, if you wanted to invite any friends over, you totally could.
Do you have friends?
A handful. I. They're currently away on important business.
Sure.
I wish they could be here, believe me. But I'm currently awaiting to hear back.
Okay.
So, if they manage to show up in the next hour or two, I'm sure they'd be happy to join, but...
Great.
that's
I mean,
out of
this
my
is your place. I don't know why it would be.
But I believe I do have some wine, perhaps a few things in a cabinet. What would Caleb have here, you think?
Well,
a few bottles of Lionette wine, like
everything in the tower, but here there's a full pantry of Lionette wine.
Yeah. I don't think he's taking anybody into the tower.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I mean, he has a basic array of liquor, but he has a ton of wine.
Fireball.
Yeah.
Just big old red barrel of Fireball.
All the German names of Fireball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super dusty. It's great.
A tap of Fireball.
Goldschlager, Jägermeister, Fireball.
Covered in
It's called
dust.
Widowgaster.
Yeah, I imagine Bo would for sure just like every Christmas or birthday or like winter's
doesn't she
crest,
bring?
she just drops like crates of Lionette wine. that you
One side's all
never-
like Caleb's
Yeah.
booze, and then Essek's got Zima.
Yeah.
Somewhere
He would be that guy.
He's doing the thank you. I just need to remind you I don't drink.
Yeah.
I just thank you.
Why-
brother.
Whatever, give it as gift.
Why would I buy it when I can get it for free?
But indeed, in this late evening hour, Essek procures a few bottles of wine, a few partially drinking bottles of brackish liquor, puts some glasses and mugs out for you all, and there is kind of a breakfast nook table that can fit you all in a crowded way around, if you wish to take a minute and celebrate.
Toast.
To new beginnings.
Am I miming? I have a
To
cup.
new beginnings.
To new beginnings.
Wow.
Before the end.
I got a real cup. I don't have to mind.
To a bunch of losers
Oh, right.
winning.
Yes.
To finishing strong.
Hell yes.
Hell.
To being in control of our destiny.
Yes.
Here, here.
Cheers.
Cheers. Bottoms
Cheers.
up.
Cheers. Bottoms up.
It's nice to meet you all.
Oh,
Dude, desecrated.
They painted. I was actually sort of confused when I got here to this home because I saw there's dicks on the wall.
There's literally a dick over his
They
shoulder
painted
carved into the
dicks
wall.
on the wall?
Painted dicks. Yes, maybe it's. I guess it's a popular thing if it's here too. But they painted dicks on the wall, and I was blamed for the attack. Yeah, well, I failed to protect it.
That's terrible. They must have just been absolute warlords.
Yes, they were.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
What thread do you want to pull on? If you would like to try to reach out to the Wild Mother, I can try to help you, advise you. I've reached out to gods before. I have religious training and temple experience. I can help. I'm not
Imagine
all
she
bad.
has-
That was a lie.
I mean, if we wanted to, Essek,
You're a
I imagine
tricky
she has a
one.
temple in this city.
Tricky.
Gotta be, right?
I'm not particularly versed on the religious aspirations of Rexentrum. Don't get to walk the streets too often.
Because you
Why?
float on them?
Why?
That's a
though?
joke.
That was
I like
good.
that one.
Thank you.
I could look into it for you.
Wait, is it because you're still like a war criminal and people don't like you?
Who said he's a war criminal?
You said he's did bad things in the past. I think he told us that.
Yes, he just said he did bad things.
Yeah, yeah.
He did bad things.
He didn't say he was a war criminal, though, Laudna. He just said he did bad things.
Oh, I'm extrapolating.
Extremely presumptuous of you.
He didn't
True as
give
a
back
day.
exact change in a shop once.
No.
Well, there's a greeting card on your mantle, and it's written to my favorite war criminal, signed Beauregard. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
That tracks.
Yeah, that exactly. She would say that. Yeah.
It's chaos.
The idea of demons having free reign. Only thing keeping them back is the primes, right?
That's what they say.
There are a number of forces in this world that keep such evils at bay. Some faiths and temples are exemplary forces and examples, yes, but there are places where the darker tears to the abyss are kept outside of the Pantheon's watch. Even the dynasty itself, Luxon follower or not, have had their responsibilities over generations at keeping such darkness from spilling into our realm.
What does Predathos mean for the Luxon?
If it even exists. Who knows? But whatever the Dunamantic power source is, it is quite divergent from divine power sources. And if indeed the Predathos seems to be an entity that feasts on divine power, then I do not think it would be as interested in the Luxon. But that is just a theory.
What the fuck happened to my pipe?
This pipe.
Oh, I've been drinking. and didn't update my notes. I'll do that. What do you say we roll for who smokes it?
What's the
What does
pipe?
it do?
I don't partake.
I don't.
This, when you smoke from this pipe, it reveals your most heroic moment.
Wait, is this from the tree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Essek, hold on. Whether you partake or not, this is from an ancient tree. There are no other pipes like this pipe.
It's an OG strain, baby.
Oldest time. I know your academic brain has got to be curious as fuck.
Make a persuasion check.
It's that San Fernando Valley.
That's why I've been waiting for like a
19.
good drinking night to see who wants to fuck around.
I will engage in whatever the chances might be.
God, it's a good way to get to know someone.
Whoa, could you turn your body into like a bong? Because you can like
Honestly,
make holes and stuff.
probably could in case of an emergency.
As he goes, anyway.
This is what happens when you hit us with 3 massive battles in one day.
Yeah, we're a little.
I know. Oh, I know.
Loopy loopies.
You see, like, as he says, he looks a little overwhelmed, but also he kind of smiles a little bit. He's like,
You gave us liquor.
It's been a bit since this house has been quite so raucous. It's about like 15 minutes into this vision. When you're partway into the early flaying, Essek kind of goes, I'm going to just get some more cookies.
This is the best part. I can paint anything if you want. If you want, I have any requests, I can paint.
Yes.
Is this something you picked up in Jonas? You said you were from the dynasty. Where did you grow up?
We moved out of the dynasty when I was younger.
Etc.
Understood, yes. There are a number of people who were translocated as children. Well,
You're from our dynasty as well?
yes.
Where
Though I've
from?
not been there in some time. Particularly of Denthelis.
Oh,
Does that name sound familiar to
it's
you?
one of the dens, sure.
All right.
But how did you know about lewdness if he's only been speaking to you in daydreams?
This is a celebration. I have a question for you, Essek.
Yes.
These portraits that are on the wall of you and your friends, did you have these commissioned? Were they made by you, or?
He glances past Breus on the wall. There is a fantastic portrait that contains a blue-skinned tiefling, and he immediately like waves his hand, and a curtain goes over it. He's like, yes, I had them commissioned, or my partner did. Yes.
Well, as fellow artists, and I certainly don't mean to.
Watch the horn.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I mean, rich people love this type of thing, especially if you like do it live at a gala, you know?
And this is dark, but if it is blood, it'd probably go for a lot in the right circles.
God, that makes me unhappy.
The
but it's
wealthy are insufferable in their interests.
Oh,
cheers.
All right. Well, shall I leave this one with you to put on your wall or in a place of great honor?
Essek's like, ooh.
I actually know we want to keep this. This is for us. I
think
think this is important for you all to keep to commemorate this, and it doesn't really go with anything here.
I mean, black and white goes with everything. Try.
Try, but not
try.
here.
All right.
But maybe not here.
Where's the Essek? Where's the pisser?
Glides down the stairs. If you're looking, it's out the back to the side. There's
Back's good enough. I'll just go out the back door and release. Essek, where's your pool? Or fountain or anything?
if you need the washroom, it's on the second floor.
Oh, shit.
So you identify it. Actually, Essek can do it. That way you can keep your spell slot.
Okay. Thank you.
Essek takes a look at it for a second, and as he finishes eating his breakfast at the table. All right. Well, if this is someone is wearing this and they cast a spell of a certain level of power, the spell is cancelled and swallowed by the amulet. If somebody within 5 feet of it casts a spell,
Within 5, you don't even have to be wearing it.
while it's being worn,
Wait.
you or a person within 5 feet casts a 5th level spell next to it, the amulet swallows it and the spell is cancelled.
So it's like a counter spell on a chain, essentially.
Up to 5th level?
Up to 5th level.
But do you control that, or does it just happen automatically?
It just happens the next time.
So it wouldn't be great for a spellcaster, but it could be great for like a martial person who doesn't want to be hit with
Within
a heavy
melee
spell.
range.
That could be a use for it, I see, perhaps. But when it does so, it cannot do so for another day.
Okay.
And also, all dead bodies within 200 feet of it are immediately risen as skeletons and zombies and begin to attack the wearer.
I love it.
Begin to attack the wearer.
It has to be worn when it absorbs
Intentionally worn.
Oh.
Yes.
You can't like put it in
You
somebody's
can't- it
pocket.
can't-
So you have
in
to
a
gift it
pocket.
to somebody and say, you would look just so beautiful in this necklace.
Right.
That's fucked.
Yeah. When
not
when it is worn, then it absorbs the spell, and then it comes after whoever is wearing it.
Yeah, you'd
It's
have
a
to
trick-
you'd have
it's
to
a
trick
trick
them, but you
necklace.
couldn't put it in their pocket, right?
You can't plant it on someone's
In
pocket.
theory, you could force it around somebody's neck afterward, but you'd have to put it on them.
Oh, cast a spell, get it on their neck. Zombies come and chase whoever you put it in.
That's a series of unfortunate events.
Well, you could also, like, psychically force them to put it on.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
That's
Yeah.
Rube Goldberg for another day.
That's nice to know. What a fascinating little.
Like mage hand it onto somebody and then like throw a 5th level spell or something.
Or a first level.
It could. The majesty of carefully and discreetly slipping jewelry onto an individual without them knowing why is a time-honored tradition for assassinations. Not that I know anything about that.
What a delightful thought.
Essek, you are cool.
So did the
I
woman,
appreciate that.
the pretty lady that I swiped this off of, is that how she died?
I do not
Maybe.
know. It's a bit late for me to ask
Didn't
her.
she die like she was like her hand
She
reaching
was
out?
like,
I'll take you back to the encampment where we first met.
That might not be a bad idea.
Oh, this is interesting. I pull out a rock and I lift it up. Mr. Widowgast, we're at your house with Essek. He's cool. A lot to talk about. Heading to see Keyleth, we think. You okay?
I'm sure Essek can talk to him whenever he wants.
But I did it.
Yeah. To which, a moment later, you hear, "Yeah, I'm a bit sore, recovering from a very long day. Glad you met. He is
A good man. Don't touch anything that's mine.
Uh-oh. Message over, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay.
He's a good man.
I guess.
Good.
I guess. I guess before we also are heading out, that thing I did yesterday, I've never really done anything quite like that before, and it got particularly weird even for me. I don't know if you have anything here to prod into this, but if you want to, I don't know, if you want to take a look, either here or otherwise, in what's going on in my head. You're the first person who I've ever met who seems to have the slightest idea of what the fuck this is.
And he starts picking up plates from everyone's finished breakfast and kind of gliding towards the kitchen, like, if we might take a moment in the laboratory, I wouldn't be against having one more look with a more, well, less distracted mind, I would say.
I'm okay with that, if everyone else is okay with that.
Take your time.
Yep.
Places him into the washing bin. Leads you down to the laboratory again. And puts on a few lanterns on the sides. Pulls a chair up with mage hand and goes, just have a seat if you could.
Yeah.
And you say you achieved this through some injury from some sort of dunamantic liquid infusion?
It's still a little scattered. It's hard to remember exactly what happened. There was an object. We were in a robbery, and I fell out of a window. And a friend of mine who's a little bit he's very creative. They patched me back up out of whatever was around and possibly whatever hit me, and there was already a lot going on. I'm kind of made of bits and pieces already.
I think a lot of you seem to be, but yet you make it work, which is curious, if a little dangerous. And you see him kind of flicks the side of the glass with his finger, and a little dunamantic spark goes off the side as it does, like echoes in, almost like mirrors facing themselves. So they just kind of echo further and further and kind of arc away into shadow. At which point you kind of feel the vibration a little bit, and the left eye begins to kind of flicker closed slightly. He puts his hands up, and his fingertips begin to glow, not unlike how he was kind of controlling the threads of the ritual, but this time that like silver gossamer thread is now almost like serpents of energy that begin to press into the glass side of your skull. As they do, they refract. Like they pierce the first layer and spread and refract, and then those pierce and refract again, and it's just this endless fractal space within your head. And you watch as he kind of peers in, and as he begins to pull one hand back to try and withdraw them, you see the reflections go kind of like doors closing behind. As they pull back to the final one, hits the side of your skull, it's almost like the glass side of your head as a window would shatter, but it stays solid, but colors shatter out like window pieces around him and kind of like and stop in middle air as he pulls back and stops in midair as well for a second.
Well, this is new.
Huh. You are something very new.
That was interesting.
Indeed. I've never encountered a being of living dunamis, but there is a part of you that interacts with its energy in a very unique and fresh way that is extremely exciting.
I'm happy to be exciting, honestly. I'm happy to know even the word for this is fucking great. And yeah, even yesterday it just felt like it was, I don't know, it just feels less and less containable, I guess.
It is hard to contain if you do not understand it, but there is something... A lot of dunamis works within controlled patterns, whether it be through the entropic dissolution of energy of space and time,
or the geometric building of forces upon itself, and the primordial, fundamental ways that the world and the spaces beyond us all interact. But what you have is something. It is havoc with pattern. It's the only way I can describe it. It shouldn't work. You are a conundrum.
That I've been told. It shouldn't work and a mess. Yeah.
In the best way.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah. I guess I will take whatever advice, be whatever study, and if I don't know if you have a book or something I can read.
There aren't much in the way of books intentionally. It's meant to be kept. It's meant to be kept from being disseminated to the minds of those who would wish to abuse it. And where I come from, it is a very sacred art form of arcane practice. What I can offer to you, because I would like more time when all of this is done, and should we all still be here, to study more of this essence that you are. Reaches into his component pouch, kind of rummages for a second, and then pulls
I'd like
out.
to know too.
Pulls out this small little dark marble, and says, "This is a focal point for a number of dunamantic magics. It is a place where these reverberations begin and can return to. If ever there are times where you feel out of control, where you're afraid of what you could be, and you want to focus that cloud of possibility into something that you can control, use this. Just look at it, and remember, from that, you can return."
Do I get a sense of what does it look like other than?
This looks like a black marble.
All right. Okay.
You'll know when you need to center yourself.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm sure we'll have many more conversations in time, if you'll allow me.
I'm sick of not knowing myself. I've had enough.
Fair enough. I'll just start getting everyone together and get you to your next destination. Step back upstairs to meet up with the rest of you. Gather in the chambers. He goes and he gathers the rest of his travel materials and puts on his heavier robe. Casts a quick incantation and takes on the form of Seth once more, his illusory self.
That's right. Almost forgot.
I never
This
do.
guy.
Oh, yeah. This is how we first met him.
Very well, let's gather round and we'll return you to the west side encampment. To the Hellcatch, friends. He goes ahead. Goes ahead and pulls his incantation maneuvers together, and as he does, he begins to carve into space the various teleportation runes that begin to encircle the rest of you. And within a moment's clap of his hands, you feel the... You all emerge onto another continent. In this space, it is still night.
And that wasn't previously there.
No.
We need to take cover and we need to get the fuck out of here right
Some of the nearby stones off to the side begin to shift and move as you see the teeth of a slither begin to emerge about 3 feet from where you're standing.
3 feet?
Well, yeah, get us out of here. I've got the staff, unless...
What?
Vasselheim.
Vasselheim. And he's going to go ahead and cast teleport once again.
No.
An unseen force attempts to disrupt this spell, but fails to do so.
Hey.
As someone goes, "Wait, over there! They're casting!" And a failed attempt at
Counterspell?
counterspelling the teleport. You all immediately arrive somewhere else. You see, Essek's
I've only been to the outskirts of this city. I've not actually been within, so I'm both terrified and extremely curious.
Is it scary in there?
I don't know. I've not been within. I've only delivered individuals to and from for the voice and the rest of the gathering of powers. So,
might be now or never.
I suppose so.
If you're ever confused, just say, I'll pray on it, and then they'll usually leave you alone. Divine people are simple.
Right, understood.
I'll pray on it.
As we're walking to the sanctuary, can I just take Essek's hand as we're walking and say in his head, "Thank you. I didn't get a chance to say it earlier, but what you've done for us is immeasurable."
It takes a minute and responds in kind. I wish I could say it was purely altruistic, but I'm still working to burn the rest of the guilt off my soul. So, thank you all for being the bastions of goodness that you are. You know, in the face of acknowledging how complicated each one of us is.
Well, I don't know what you did in your past, but can't say I'm not grateful that brought you here.
Whatever little bit can help. And you can see on these banners, there's the crown and owl of the Dwendalian Empire. You can see the crest of the Taldori Council. You can see the symbol of Ankarel. You can see the symbol of the Clovis Concord of the Menagerie Coast. Essek freezes up and falls back a bit. Friends, I think this is where our journey ends. And you catch his eye line to a banner, and what you see on the banner, this kind of grayish tint to it, and what looks to be a dodecahedron symbol with like a figure 8 drawn through it.
The dynasty's in the house.
Yeah, you can't ever go back.
Past caught up with you?
On occasion it does. Well, I do not think this will be the last time we meet, but for now it has been an honor and a pleasure.
We'll see you again.
Look forward to it.
If we wanted to reach out, how would we do that?
You're clever. I think you'll find a way. Besides, this one can talk to my boyfriend, so...
Got him on speed dial.
Thank you.
Thank you, Essek.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been a fun day.
Oh, what a day.
Longest day ever.
Wow. Just a
Has it
day
been
with
day?
Essek?
Yeah, it's just been
Most interesting
Like
day
2
of
days
my
with
life.
Essek, that's
Couple days.
Yeah, a couple
We
days.
slept
Couple
2 days.
days.
3 days. Tops.
Essek kind of looks to you and says, "Be careful, you're a heartbreaker." And turns around and begins to glide down the stairs. Other soldiers kind of like crowd up a bit, and he kind of like gives a hand motion, and they all kind of separate and let him pass as he descends back down the stairs.